Hey, everybody. Welcome to Noir Bar, live from the Chase District of the Noir City in the year of our Lord, 1942. Come on in, grab a seat, put your drink orders in, get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, bullets, pills, confusion, disavowals, and so forth. And joining me at the bar tonight are Far and Sam. Far. What were you supposed to remind me of?
Yes.
There were 3 items. What were they? 3.
Really? We're doing this right off the bat?
Right off the bat. No chance to think.
Right off the fucking bat.
Mm-hmm.
Stop stalling, Far.
You're right.
Tomatoes, cake, and origami.
Come on. And origami, you got it. Nice. Well done. Nice. I wouldn't have remembered. That's why I had to pressure you two to help. Yeah, Chad, I found out that, like, if you, oh yeah, remind me during the stream or remind me at some point during the day, you'll do that and tell somebody to bring something up so you don't forget about it. Yep, don't ask Far. She's like ADHD and all over the place, like a shotgun pattern. It's charming, but, not exactly the best way to remind yourself of stuff. So, things Far.
All right, I guess. I had quite the experience getting my blood drawn yesterday. That was a whole thing.
Like, legally without injury?
Why do you think I would be getting my blood drawn, Polly?
Well, you work at a construction site. The amount of ways boggles the mind that you could have blood withdrawn.
Yeah, here, Bob, would you like to just take some blood from me? That'd be great. We're going to add it to the construction. We're just going to add it to the stones and the concrete and shit.
I thought
I'll be forever part of this project.
I thought you meant it as a euphemism. I had blood drawn the other day. Really? How? Oh, I got my hand caught in a pipe bender. Like, that kind of thing.
Why are you going to throw Bob under the bus like that, Far? He's a well-meaning and hard-working guy.
Yeah.
It might take him a couple of attempts, but he'd get there.
I'm not trusting Bob with my blood. Fuck that.
So I will remember to ask you about your blood withdrawal and other vampiric misadventures you had yesterday. Sam.
Yes.
Was all your blood intact?
Oh, I mean, the jury's out on that one.
I mean, I saw the opening sequence to the French Olympic Games. I'd be withdrawing my own blood.
What, to donate to the showrunners?
No, to end my misery.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Your name came up when we were watching on AAA.
Did it really?
Mm-hmm.
Did it really?
Mm-hmm. Before...
Hold on. What? Really? Sorry, had to shock towards that.
Well, Sinatra got there before I had a chance to. He's like, I think Sam should have to answer for his people. I'm like, it's funny you say that. I'm willing to bet that Sam and most of everybody else doesn't want any part of this and is just as confused as we are, as if it was a giant vote or movement to have that mess go on. It was a small committee of fucking weirdos who came up with that bullshit, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Also, now we don't do politics here, but when it comes to answering for things, I've got a few accusations of my own to level at you, Sinatra. If I have to answer for that abomination.
Are you going to make him answerable for the, like...
I propose it biggest you, la bola más grande.
How topically apt.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what runs through Sam's head whenever somebody brings up France on the international stage, where she's like, I have a gun, I'd like to shoot you right in your fucking face. You mean like make them answerable for the nation of Italy and their porous border, or what?
I mean, that, yes.
That would be the foremost question on my mind being in Europe. Be like, what the fuck, guys?
But It's like this. You said earlier on, what's Italy doing? Not fucking much. Not very fucking much. You know, the question was asked earlier on. What is it that Italy is doing? And the answer is, as ever, not very fucking much.
Yeah. The supposedly not still existing city-states are still very much competitive and belligerent towards one another. Hey, Far, Florence is still Florence, and they don't get along with those that, aren't them.
Oh, shocking.
I know.
Yes. Those fucking Venezians.
I mean, it's the same is true of every other fucking, ancient city-state of Italy. It's just the way that it is. Can't expect them to change overnight. Or ever.
Those fucking Burgundy assholes.
Okay, I got a noob question. Is beef bourguignon from Burgundy? Is that the name?
I believe it's one of those cases of popularization, more so than anything.
Oh.
Because
Too bad. It's
bourguignon
delicious.
I mean, it is. It's one of those things, in so much as this is not a new attitude to have whatsoever. But poor people food.
Oh yeah, peasant
what
food.
it is.
100%. Yeah.
Fucking delicious, right?
Yeah. Round the world, I have found that to be the case. Whenever something as famous as peasant food, it's like, oh, so you mean it's good? Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. If there's one thing I actually
Be good. Better than that.
I haven't seen that in a while. Oh, that was great.
That's how bourguignon speaks of other food.
It's pretty good. Better than that.
Exactly.
So I think
No,
it's a borrowed name, is it?
It's one of them things. It's like I've seen this a fair few times. Try our gourmet recipe for beef bourguignon. It's like, no, I don't want to. Don't make this fancier than it has to fucking be.
Yeah, I'd
You're
rather
ruining
just
it.
season it correctly.
Oh, correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like the gourmet pizza and it ends up being like $50. Oh, fuck that.
Right.
Give me that fucking, that cheap ass, I don't know, Detroit style, Siciliano, whatever the hell you want to go with. Whatever style, right? But if it costs more than $20, I'm not fucking interested. Give me that peasant food. It's good shit. All right, Polly, you've got a fair old queue of those lined up. You want to hit some of them?
I do indeed. Doc, thank you very much before we went live for the Bob Bones. The Finn, if you will. This would have played if we were live. Now, Doc was heard to remark, which was followed by remarks from us, that the lead up to this stream is so long that I actually had time to find a nurse that doesn't sleep around on her man, Lamau. So,
Okay.
fidelity apparently is not prized among the nursing staff that Doc has surrounded himself with.
Has he ever considered that that's maybe why he surrounded himself with them?
And
I tell you, the man is a cat.
yeah,
Nah, he's good people.
short of being a Lothario, but a cad all the way. Also, I think the clouds have parted, and Doc now realizes why penicillin cream is so popular where he lives.
Oh, Polly, Jesus.
What? We're talking about medicine. What's the problem?
Nurses sleeping around, penicillin.
Oh God, I didn't mean that at all. How? Oh, you
God,
filth.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
What?
Oh, that was unsavory.
So next one.
Yeah, that's totally what I meant. But anyway, thank you, Doc. Greatly appreciate it. You tell him, Friar Dave, thank you for the $1.69. Whomsoever avoids the holy like button shall be lashed. The bar of Noir beeth a holy place, where demons, pinkos, and commies are rejected. Be thou evil. Thine drink shall remain empty, wretches. Nice. Very nice.
I appreciated the correct use of theme.
Yeah, I was reading deliberately slow to like, hold on, this is going to go off the rails. But it didn't. Well done, Friar Dave. Well fucking done. Yeah, thine is not interchangeable necessarily with yeah, well, I'm not going to get into that. I'll just confuse myself. Got it for Dingle. Thank you very much. What?
Yeah, talk about fucking lingual rules. Linguistic rules, right? Jesus.
Before we went live, also, one of these. No penicillin cream necessary there. What? Just because she's waiting naked in another man's bed? That doesn't mean nothing. How dare you besmirch the French in this way far?
I didn't say anything, Charlie.
We're perfectly capable of doing that ourselves. Thank you very much.
That's right. A lot of people don't realize that Eva Green's French.
Yeah, but I mean, technically so is Emma Watson, and we don't claim her. So,
yeah, I mean, what is with this swath of British-sounding Frenchmen?
Sorry, I was trying to think Frenchman, but you're including all, men and women in that. Yeah, it's confusing, isn't it?
The Dutch, I've noticed, do that. They'll say Dutchman, and it's a woman talking, and she's referring to herself.
Mm-hmm. Well, because we kind of go with with the Dutch, it being a sister language to English, man doesn't mean necessarily male. Because here's the fun thing about English, and I've been beating this drum for a while. All right, in English, there are gendered words as such. Man in English is gender neutral. Woman is feminine. There is no masculine. So all this Latino, Latina, Latinx bullshit. that can stop. That can stop. They've fundamentally failed to grasp language.
Yeah.
Women get their own special words. Men don't. We don't need them.
I don't know how y'all keep track. Fork, can you imagine that? That everything in existence has a gender to it?
Yeah, I think I'd want to kill myself.
And I accept that.
We do.
Like people said that. Have you seen our suicide rates? It's no laughing matter. Somebody was trying to remember the gender of a spatula, and that was it. They had it. It was out the window. They went.
Gazpacho soup.
He hasn't gotten to that.
God ever Dingle, thank you very much for the $20. Polly, how's it going? Terribly, man. All week long. Fuck, did you see Wednesday's stream? Son of a bitch. I was like a car crash in verbal form. I loved it. It was good times. Sorry I couldn't stick around. I got to be an adult and wake up early tomorrow. Just wanted to leave a tip for the bartender. I'll catch the stream later. Cheers, sir. Well, thank you very much, God Ember Dingle. And, hello from the past. Spooky. No, thank you very much for the tip. Greatly appreciated. 12:30-ish. Oh, man. I've been called out. I just walked right into it. I thought it was a name. 12:30-ish. Thank you for the $4.54. Finished up with the atomic clock finally? Yes. And it's like I told Far and Sam before we went live. After the perfection of the lithium-ion battery, I think uranium batteries are just irresponsible. I don't understand why the Navy uses them.
I like what I had to say, surprising no one. We can't use atomic clocks around here because when Far goes back to the Triassic to get her authentic dino jungle juice, the inverted magnetosphere.
What?
The inverted magnetosphere of the Earth at that period in time, it really fucks with the atomic clock. Haven't quite worked out why.
Huh.
So, what is this with the genuine juice bullshit?
Genuine dino jungle juice. When we go back and we go and find the precursors to stuff like passion fruit and oranges, because oranges and lemons didn't exist then. We made those up, literally.
Okay.
Look, you demanded the best, so I got you the best. Never mind the fact that it comes in little juice box carton type things.
The best
you leave
what?
everywhere,
Where did you get her?
Distorting the
what are
time
you talking
stream.
about?
Look,
Yeah, I
she
have no
asked for the
fucking
best.
clue.
she doesn't drink alcohol like we do, Polly.
Right.
You know, apart from the occasional, 6-pack of Midori on her streams for the entertainment of the masses, which is fine. But she asked for the best, so, I was like, she wanted some Dino Jungle Juice, so I went back and I gathered some, prehistoric fruit and did what I do best.
Huh.
Created, a palate-pleasing, carton of wonderfulness. In a tiny package. Dick jokes.
Bar size. Oh, you were going that way. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rotten Corpse, thank you very much for the $5. Since you were talking Westerns earlier, have you ever seen Bullets for the Dead? It's a Western movie with zombies. More kin to Romero of the Dead movies. Really? Bullets for the Dead. No, hold on. I'm just going to open a tab here and go check that out. Yeah, no, I am a big fan of Westerns. Absolutely. Bullets for the Dead. I can't say I am a massive Romero devotee, but what the fuck is this? Oh, I did it on the wrong thing. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Wrong browser. OST, thank you for the 650. I found a Chicago native liqueur called Jepson's Malort. Now I understand why Chicago is the way that it is. Yeah, I don't even... Malort. With the double dot deal over the O. Malort. I don't know what the fuck that is.
No, I'm drawing a blank.
Bar.
Bless you.
I didn't do shit.
Jepson's Malort is a Swedish-style liqueur flavored with wormwood.
Okay. There's the wormwood.
It's in the absinthe family, is it?
Mm-hmm. Invented by a Swedish immigrant in Chicago in the 1930s, it is known for its extremely bitter taste and has a cult following among some Chicagoans, bartenders, and celebrities.
Bitter liqueur, huh?
And yeah,
I'll try it.
well, I mean, so would I. I'm a fan of Kino Lillet, which could be more bitter. It could. What are you laughing at?
It could be more bitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or less sweet. Either one. The 1930s has no shortage of fortified wines, heavily flavored wines, and kosher wines and sacramental wines. Now, I don't know why in the 1930s everybody was coming up with alternative products that are just required for what they are as a tonic or religious devotional item, but not for the alcohol they contain during Prohibition at all.
Not at all.
No.
Perish the thought.
Jepson's Malort is no doubt a positive tonic, and that's why it was created, much like all the superfluous sacramental wine and kosher vodka. Yeah, I'm sure they just absolutely needed it.
Kosher vodka.
I wish I was making that up. That's a thing.
Just kosher vodka.
Yeah, were your potatoes handled by pigs? It's not kosher.
So I'm gonna. Can I grab one of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my one.
Of course.
3. All right. Bam. Thank you, Doc, for the $5. Salutations and greetings to YouTube and Flatty's favorite tomato.
I was right.
Huh.
He was going with the 40s tomato. That's
Oh
weird.
my god. I'm a tomato. Who else but Adam West?
We were talking about that before we went live. I'm like, are they referencing the sauce, or are they like saying like Far is a tomato? Because like outside of Black Mask, Pulp Magazine, and Raymond Chandler books, I don't hear women ever called tomatoes. Except when we come here, of course.
This is the whole thing, rosy on the outside, sweet on the inside. Is that the illusion?
honestly,
Mm.
I had always assumed it was, so, tomatoes are not like an apple perfectly round. They got the butt.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like the line down one side. So
ain't she just a peach? Yeah.
Right. But if anything, peach is like a little bit more salacious because of peach fuzz. And this is starting to get weird because like bars like
yeah, this is
internet
getting really
siblings
fucking
tell us-
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, please stop. Please
Oh, I
fucking
wasn't. I
stop.
wasn't engaging in the. I wasn't
Thank you,
engaging in the
Ron Court, for the
contextual.
$5. Remember, any machine can be a smoke machine if you operate it wrong enough.
I like it. That was good.
You leave my piloting of the time machine out of this.
Kind of just reminds me of when you were showing those like smoke dispenser machines, right? And I'm like, it's like, yeah, it's a smoking machine. And I'm thinking like, it's a machine that smokes for you. It's a smoke machine, right?
Boy, howdy, do I need one of those?
It's just, fuck first-hand smoke. I just want second-hand. I don't know why my mind went there.
Oh, all right, couple for me to grab. They're the same level, so I'll play this one. Okay. Thank you, Doug, for the $5. Says, since the French love to protest so much, when will they be protesting the abhorrent iteration of the Olympics the powers that be greenlit this year? Much love from stateside. Right back at you, Doc. Honestly, I don't know, man. Up in the north, where the north, where all the super protesty types happen, they also tend to fall into line ideologically with the Polywords that organised the opening ceremony there. So yeah.
So did they shit in the scene?
Well, in so much as they usually shit in the scene. But as regards to shitting in the Seine, I don't know. I don't know. Funnily enough, I haven't really been keeping track of such matters. What a bunch of degenerate Parisians want to do with their time is no business of mine.
That is fair enough.
Thank you, Rotten Corpse, for the $5. Says, friend said when he thinks of the 80s, his first thought is of the boombox. I told him that's just a stereotype. Ron Corbs, that was an awful joke, but I think my delivery sold it.
I am just tired and medicated enough that is the exact precise bullseye level of stupid I'm working at. That was great. I'm going to deliver.
All right, Ron Corbs, you think you're so clever. Come up with another thing other than boombox that fits that joke.
I'm going to hit my dad up with that one tomorrow. He's got a couple of dry ones in on me, and yeah, I owe him. The Rotten Corpse. Okay. Oh yeah. So Jepson's Malort, which I found out means moth herb.
That kind of tracks.
Now made with more moths.
Okay.
And Doc,
tell me 90% more moth.
Yeah. And Doc, thank you for the $5. Warranted and not even mad. Fuck them dirty old bitches. I lucked out. No peanut butter shot for Doc.
Yeah, be grateful for that one.
Yeah. Fuck them dirty old bitches. And yeah, I wasn't just letting loose. He spelled old O-L. And finally, Doc, for the $1. It's as far as a literal tomato.
Okay. Tomato?
That is all.
Little tomato. It still sounds wrong. I can't do it. Tomato. Little tomato.
Let's just keep going with tomato. It's easier to say.
I don't know, man.
No.
I get a
Tomato.
pleasant tingle on the spine when I say it's weird.
At least they're not Norwegians. So it's just Spectral Umbreon claims that it tastes like, and he is quoting someone here, earwax and hate.
That sounds like a good podcast title.
It's been described as, quote, infamous and the worst booze ever. I love their attempt to make it sound like it's on the come up. It's been found in some Chicago area bars. and liquor stores, and is growing in popularity.
Just some.
Yeah. With sales of Malort shots increasing from 0.4 million in 2007. 0.4 million?
400,000, guys.
Yeah.
I'd accept 400k.
To 7.9 million in 2022. However, it is rare to find it elsewhere in the United States. Yeah, I've never even heard of it. It looks like the bottle's plastic, too.
Goodness say, the worst booze ever. Clearly, they've not tried a Californian red.
Oh, there's one sound with it. It tastes like concentrated black licorice. It's really got that going. That flavor.
Oh, I'm sold.
No.
I love licorice.
No.
So did I call it or did I call it? Far as a donation coming in. Called it.
Thank you, Doc, for the $5. Why did the house call the doctor? He was having window pains. And then he says, you only say tomatoes because you're trying to drive up the feet pick set. What the fuck?
You're selling feet pics?
No, I'm not. But that's like
This
the
is a
added thing at the
revelation
end
for
in brackets. What the fuck?
Tomatoes, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, but you still
Where's
say...
that from? I mean,
I don't get
I'm
it.
not going to denigrate your choice of side hustle, but
Oh my god. Shut
is
the
salt?
fuck up.
What is salt
Stop.
licorice?
oh god, yeah. Pretty much exactly what it says. They use a particular kind of salt, which is this is really extremely alkaline or something like that.
Yeah,
It's called salt, but it's not.
Oh, okay. Cheshire Smurf mentioned it in
It's
chat. It's like, does it
fake
taste like
salt?
salt licorice? And I've never heard of salt licorice, so I was curious.
Oh, there's a particular name. We've discussed it before. I think it's like a Finnish, quote unquote candy.
Oh, right. When we're going over the world's most disgusting candies, there were little black
Yeah.
pills, and the article
Mhm.
writer said looks like something you find on the floor of a English pub after a rave.
Mm-hmm.
I called it here with Carl Jepsen, the creator and formulator of it. A Swedish immigrant in Chicago invented Malort. He first began to sell door to door as a medicine in the 1920s so as to avoid the then extant prohibition on alcohol. Shocker. According to legend, Jepsen preferred the strong taste because of years of smoking and dulled his taste buds.
Called old Carly Jepsen going from door to door in Chicago. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. Try my medicine, then call me maybe.
I don't
See, Ron Corbs, that's how it's fucking done. Big love, man. Big love.
there's
Thank you, Doug, for the $5. Don't deny it, Far. Platy and Sam have seen Feet Big Far.
you said it real fast and I heard feeping far and I'm like, is that a varietal? You get those for Secretary's Day? I bought a bunch of feeping fars.
It's a variety of tomato, Polly.
Holy shit. I don't...
Why is the monkey crying?
Because
Well,
he's on this
you would be.
package. I don't know. Eric Grindster said to look it up, and I'm like, people see. I'm like, yeah, cool. Let's see the cringe. And there's a yawning monkey or a monkey in great pain.
It looks like it's crying. It's like it's in distress.
Yeah. This word is unpronounceable.
How do you do the A with a circle above it? Is it all? I think it's all. Jingle Vral?
I don't know.
Look, he's laughing his
What do you
ass off
accept
while
it?
he's raping this other monkey.
Oh,
Jesus H. Christ on a boat catching fish, Polly.
Yeah, in the Sea of Galilee. What?
Yeah.
What? What's
I have so
coming out of
many
her nose?
inappropriate-
Is that supposed to be like a moustache?
I don't know. Like, are they all eating these things going, oh my God, these are terrible. We're Swedish and we hate our own stuff. Is that what's happening?
Fucking Swedish cocaine hit different, huh?
Like, oh, look, they even come in a classy bag.
Traditional.
Yeah. It's
Huh.
Luckerberg, Berlin. All right. Gottenbland.
I want nothing to do
I'll
with
bet
these.
it is.
Gotten blundet.
I mean, okay, so you come to America and you get like Lucky Charms, right?
Mhm.
You get
Yeah.
the rainbows and the hearts, the moons, the clovers, right? You buy Gottenbland over in Europe and you get blackfish,
Gummies.
chess piece,
It's gummies.
tangerine wedge.
I don't think that's quite a comparison you can make, because one's a cereal, one looks like it's just gummies.
Okay, no, one is, those are the shapes of the marshmallows, Far.
I don't think these are marshmallows, man.
I'm aware. Oh my Lord, Sam. Help. I
don't think I can. I don't think I can.
You're
I think
watching
it's
this
terminal,
crash
Polly.
occur and you're just observing. Help. What the
I
hell?
know. You said about the Wednesday show. It's like, you know, this is a 6-lane pileup of culture. You know, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm a sick man, Polly.
Holy shit. It's like, no, you don't understand. It's like, I can't help but believe we're talking. Oh my God. Anyway.
I'm just going to sit on my lily pad and eat my flies, if you don't mind.
They licorice flavored one?
That is a thing that I have seen, licorice in the shape of flies. Mm-hmm.
I
candy.
could believe it. I could
Why?
fucking believe it. Because
Halloween.
it's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Taking the shape of something else that's disgusting to show how disgusting it is.
I don't know why, but because when you say licorice in America, we mean the cherry flippy rod sticks.
Bootlaces.
Twizzlers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They bear no resemblance to black licorice, anise, that kind of shit, right? Generally speaking,
You
no.
can find black versions of that.
What's that?
You can find black versions of that. Like just licorice.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
stripes.
Yeah. Oh, you definitely can. Yeah, I've seen it. It's evil. It's like, it already was, fake artificial cherry flavored, and it was fine. You can bite the ends off and use it as a straw. That's my personal hint to you.
Yeah.
It's hollow down the center.
To me,
No.
to me, licorice is when I say licorice, I'm almost always referring to the black variety. That cherry bullshit, that's just candy. That's not licorice.
Well, yeah, that's why here it's like licorice or red licorice.
That's a fair distinction. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
But don't get me wrong.
in
I like the cherry stuff. It tastes nice. It's just
Yeah,
it's
you
just
like
not
the red licorice?
yeah. Okay.
I too like red licorice.
I don't like. My dad loves black licorice, like all the black licorice candies and whatnot. It was a terrible taste, that man. But for some reason, I can do it as an alcohol. There, it works.
Oh, you can do the
So anisette, ouzo, sambuca, yeah, there it fucking works. Especially the Italian version, probably my favorite. Anisette is really good. And if you like, cold shots of Jägermeister, well, hey, buckle up, motherfucker. The largest profile flavor in there is black licorice. Shock, I know. And 20 other things I don't want to tell you about.
I remember getting served a fucking glass of Malibu.
Ugh, yeah.
Right? I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, I don't really want to tip it away because I've been given this for nothing. So I ended up sticking like 2 shots of fucking Pernod in there. That about rescued it. That's the anise liquor.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, the Pernod.
Mm-hmm. Pernod.
Oh, I can get these Malika. Why are? Oh my God, they come as fucking lollies, Far. Look at this.
Oh God. Why would you want this in lollipop form?
I love
Look
the
at
thing
this.
immediately below. I am 12.
Plop.
Plop.
Why would you do this to chocolate?
I don't get this at all.
This is a crime. This is a fucking crime.
Oh, it's got bits of the rocks in the chocolate.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a
Holy
fucking
shit.
crime.
Like those really do look like rocks or really cheap hash. I don't know.
Chocolate with fucking salted licorice? That, I don't know if I'd do that. I don't think I'd do that.
Oh Lord, there it is in
Yeah,
all of
this
its
is a
fucking shame.
crime.
Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a guide to the best sweetest candy for beginners.
This should not be on that list.
It looks like road tar, guys. What are you talking about? Seriously, it looks
Honestly,
like, what?
This
think I'd
looks like
rather chew
shit I would
bitumen.
find. This looks like shit I'd find at the bottom of my shoe.
Yeah.
Ew.
Salmiakki, that's what I was thinking of, the Finnish candy. That's this, covered in a particular salt.
Yeah, this is not okay.
So it used to be just
None
loose
of
in the
this is
bag.
okay.
The old school ones here, I think. Ooh, it's the fun size.
Oh, fun size.
And then
Yeah, this is.
then they got
this is
smart
7
and
of
started
9s.
wrapping it up like each one individually, like them stupid strawberry candies.
Like the
that were-
Japanese.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or you can just get
Yeah.
them in a big old bin.
This is only fun size if you're 7 of 9.
Oh, seriously.
I have allotted you 3 pieces of candy to enjoy this time. It's just all this.
Why would you want a lollipop that tastes like, salty black licorice?
Death.
Yeah, death. Death ball.
Yeah, it's a death ball.
I think if I was still married,
Go on.
Yeah, go on, Sam.
that's the whole joke.
Oh. Not much of a joke, Sam, but okay.
No, it's really not funny when you think about it.
No.
But it's true.
What is?
This would be my candy of choice if I was still married.
I picture Sam sitting on his own porch when he needn't be. He's just outside. Sitting there with a
I
lollipop.
can't stand being in the...
That's the state of his marriage.
Exactly.
People drive
Uh-huh.
by and they tisk and
Look at that poor man.
Yeah.
What did he ever do to deserve this? What a horrible fate.
are those
What a
stickless
horrible way to have a
lollipops?
curse.
What's the point? A stickless lollipop is just a ball.
Are they supposed to be jawbreakers?
Is that the only difference between a jawbreaker and a lollipop? One's on a stick and one isn't?
Yeah, but these are like Swedish jawbreakers. They're, spirit breakers.
Disgusting. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Spirit breakers.
Yeah, this is what they give to prisoners of war that they're trying to interrogate.
Yeah, they're morale crackers.
Yeah.
They give you your ration of like rice or a crust of bread and then one of these.
Yeah.
Really? I thought that was a West Coast motivational speaker, Polly. Morale cracker. Hold on a minute. I've got to write that down. That's too good. I'll
No,
log
there
that
are
into my stat.
Are there? Okay, I guess this one looks like it has one.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Maybe these are the factory seconds. Or in the case of this candy, fifths.
Jesus.
Well, thank you for that, Eric. I greatly appreciate it for you turning us on to, this.
This crime against humanity.
Yeah. I think this qualifies as an abomination.
Yeah, between this and the opening Olympic ceremony, Europe's not okay.
No, it's not.
Don't come here.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on it. You guys can just stay there and be European. Whatever that means.
Why do we not have all of this stuff right just around all the borders? Okay. Put this on the borders of no McDonald's, no Starbucks, no Costa Coffee, no fucking Jumper Juice equivalents or whatever the fuck it is, right? None of that bullshit. Get rid of all of those. Just candy stores with nothing but this in. The immigration problem will be halved in a week.
Yeah, this is what they have on offer in Europe. Holy shit! Time to go back, guys.
Abdul, can you believe what it is that these people eat here? We're going home. Screw this.
I am overcome with European existential ennui.
Yep.
Abdul, I do not wish to become overcome with European existential ennui. We must leave. Come with me.
Oh, God.
We came here for
So content.
We came here for
Do we
Turkish
wanna look at some,
delight, and all we got was salty road tar.
What the European hell?
It's very weird. These I don't get at all. Biller, chewy candy cars. Okay, you're being pretty generous with the word
that's
car.
fine.
Well, far. Look at it. This is
yeah, but like it's not. My whole thing is it tastes like shit. These probably don't taste like shit.
I don't know. I think they deserve.
I think that'd be fine.
Look, they're little chewy candy cars, and they sell them in a travel pack. Yeah, that gets a Pacino.
They probably.
I don't know. I think it's delightful.
They probably taste like flumps, or those god-awful quote-unquote marshmallow bananas that don't actually taste of banana or marshmallow.
Yeah.
Marshmallow bananas.
Yeah,
they're disgusting. Far, you should totally try some.
What? What are you talking about? Like the candy bananas that you get in mixed lolly bags?
Yeah,
these things.
They're like someone took a
marshmallow. Supposed to be marshmallow?
Yep.
Well, they kind of took a marshmallow and then compressed all of the fucking air out of it somehow.
Yeah,
and it didn't memory foam back.
It's like you buy them in big bags like this, either for when you don't have packing peanuts or want to fake kids out with candy that isn't really candy at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I kind of like those. I kind of like those banana lollies.
Banana lollies.
Well, like the candy lollies, whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Back to my lily pad.
What are you going to tell us? You also like candy corn?
I mean, kinda.
Now look, I have it on reliable, authority, which is Kefki, that candy corn is absolutely fine. I've never had it myself.
Candy corn is it's not so much the thing itself that pisses me off. It's the people that handed it out for Halloween that did it in for me. Like you just threw it in my bag loose. What the fuck?
Not even.
Yeah, that is kind of fucked up. Well, I guess it'd be extra steps, right? Of having to bag up little baggies of candy corn.
You mean they intended it as
why they did it?
Packing popcorn to protect the actual candy in my bag?
I'm just saying, isn't that how candy corn comes? It's just giant bags, like this bag of banana candy here.
I don't know. How does candy corn come?
I
don't buy it.
I thought that's how candy corn came. It's just in big bags.
I've seen it in the bins. Everyone knows the bins that I'm talking about at the grocery store with the big scoops.
Yeah.
You know what fascinates me about the bins?
The pick and mix.
The what?
Yeah, like pick and mix.
Yeah, all sorts of cashew mixes and beer nut mixes, and absolutely. And those things make sense because that's the way God provides them in bulk. So that's the way they're sold. Okay, they can't really buy bunches of bananas, that sort of thing. So that I get, but everything is picked over there. Taken. Who is taking the powdered cheese? And for what?
What? Wait, you get powdered cheese?
Yeah, it's a bright orange powder, and it's quote cheddar, I don't. What are you doing with it?
Hold on. Hold
I've
the
never seen
fucking
that.
phone.
I've never seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold the phone. You're telling me that I can go to listen to some wonderful music.
Cynic is the fucking what?
I'll catch that in just a second. I must remain on this subject. They have Cheeto dust in tubs that you can
That's
just go
right.
and scoop from?
That's right. It is Cheeto dust. Yes. You don't need to go through the puffed corn part. You can just throw a whole scoop of it on yourself and be very gamer-like. Yeah.
I fucking love America.
You can just, short.
We have to work, Polly. You don't understand. Here in Europe, we have to work for our Cheeto dust. We have to send our children down the mines to collect it from the source, bring it home in the rocky Cheeto-y goodness in heavy iron wheeled carts, and then we have to sit around the kitchen table and shell the Cheeto dust from the Cheetos. Okay, it's a family get-together. It's a family activity. Right? We spend hours in the dark of winter, right,
Passed
shelling
down
the Cheeto
from father
dust.
to son, mother to daughter.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
We even have a
I've
special
never seen
knife
this
for it,
video.
Polly.
I believe you. Wow.
And you're telling me I can go to the land of the free, home of the brave, and just buy that shit from a tub, pre-shelled, scoop it out, and dust myself with it?
I wouldn't do it
Dude,
in the
that is-
store, but yes, you can purchase it for that at home.
Oh. That is the very quintessential definition of liberty, my friend.
You know, you've changed my
Oh
mind.
God.
Before I just found it confusing. Now I find it a key part of Americana. That's good.
Keep on the road card and the fucking Cheeto dust you buy.
Oh
at the
my
pick and
God!
Yeah, the bulk cheddar powder with the scoop at the grocery store is key Americana.
This is why-
Yeah.
This is why Trump is the freedom candidate.
Because he's orange.
He literally just covers himself in Cheeto dust. It all makes so much sense.
They have both kinds too. I noticed that when I was walking by. They've got the regular and the flaming hot.
Don't get that in the eyes. I remember the one time we were brought a mislabeled cart and we shelled those Cheetos, and I inhaled, and that was a bad time. That was a really bad time.
What, you had a flaming hot Cheeto, and what you weren't expecting it?
I was shelling the Cheeto dust from it, and I inhaled at the time as I was shelling it. Yeah. Look, winters were dark, but candlelight is not very helpful in those situations. So yeah, wear a mask, people, when shelling your Cheeto dust.
Mhm.
Very important.
I don't.
So, Sam, you want to get your donation?
Right.
Oh yeah. I hit those. Somehow.
Oh, geez.
Thank you, Phantom Fro, for the $10. Says, if you're in trouble, he will save the day. He's brave and he's fearless, come what may. Without him, the mission would go astray. He's Arnold Rimmer. Without him, life would be much grimmer. He's handsome, trim, and no one slimmer.
Who's saying that?
The man himself.
Is that the Arnold Rimmerworld thing?
It's great. Polly, have I got a show to sell you?
I was thinking the other day. It's like, people will say their things and ask their questions and crack their jokes, and I invite all of it because most of it's hilarious. But I never get a haiku.
Do you want a haiku?
Yes.
Well, you heard it here first, chat.
The
Give
word
Polly what he wants.
the
He wants a
word
haiku.
count allows for it. Patrick Bateman wrote a haiku for.
Yeah, it's like a haiku. I know.
I'm not saying it needs to be a haiku. It's just like the
It's like a haiku. It's like a haiku.
on the wall.
Yeah, on the wall.
See?
That was discordant.
Yeah,
sorry,
no
I was
shit.
Wow.
I was frantically looking for the pause button. on
You can
donations.
play
I was
yours
like,
if you want.
"Stop it." That's all good. See, look,
Thank you.
Ossan gets it. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of Cheeto dust.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phantom Fro, for the Jesus fucking Christ, for the $10. Fourth verse. Oh, it's more than my dealing stuff. I thought it was the river thing for a second. Once I was climbing the garden wall, I slipped and had a terrible fall. I fell so hard, I heard bells ring, but held on to my tail.
Fantastic.
Fucking Christ.
That's what I'm talking about.
He knew
right
what he
there.
was doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Le Schtroumpf de Cheshire, for the $5, which is just, Cheshire Smurf if you didn't get it. Cheeto actually makes a food processor called a Cheeto Duster for making fresh Cheeto dust at home. Is this another one of those fancy American contraptions that's, powered by lightning? Like your air conditioning?
What, as is the Benjamin Franklin way? Powered by
I guess
lightning?
so.
Guys, where do I even start? That wasn't powering a device. That was an act of God that led to the deaths of several people. And Benjamin Franklin wasn't looking. He was looking to keep the house standing, not fucking power a device.
That's what he wants you to think, Polly.
Yeah, well, he hadn't filed the patent yet, Polly.
Did Polly skip a donation?
Yep. Give me a second here. Yeah, sorry about that. Whiskey Theory. Let's play it again. Oh, yeah. Whiskey Theory. Start over again. Whiskey Theory, thank you very much for the $5. Soccer is slang from British youth in the 1800s. It's shortened from association football. Ruggers is short. Well, hold on. Okay. Ruggers is short for rugby football. Please give Drunkle hell over it. I will.
Oh, that's a good.
Yeah.
Do they have soccer in America, Polly?
Yes.
You see, that is a perfectly normal, measured response to a question like that.
It's what the kids on the short bus play.
You leave the Spanish alone.
It's perfectly round ball. There's no implements like hockey sticks or field hockey implements. There's no armor required of any sort. It's perfect for the special among us.
They used to have beating sticks and armor and all that kind of thing when it came to football, but I don't know. The Victorians got upset because people were getting killed.
When did the British become such pusses? They used to be hardcore.
It was about 1862.
Fuck, zoomed right in on it, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking up the field hockey stick. When I said that, God, what a weird fucking device.
What field hockey?
Yeah. Like, what the hell?
AKA the girls' sport.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a girl sport. But,
Mhm.
I mean, it's odd because it also looks like a battle implement, like a skull cracker. But
Yeah,
you know
and
what I
they
mean?
used to give these out to children. I grew up with this shit.
See, it started off right as because the Scottish, they invented golf, and they were having lots and lots of fun. Well, the British couldn't stand for that, so they invented field hockey, so that they could send their women north of the border, right, to steal all of the golf balls from the Scottish people, so that they would continue to be depressed and eventually develop addictions to heroin. I should
That
totally do a
is
history show. shouldn't I?
highly elaborate.
It's history, but wrong. Polly, we can have a segment on it, right? Where you do the whole, running up and touching pieces of artwork in front of artists. And then explaining them deliberately incorrectly. While wearing a Carmen Sandiego outfit.
Just expanding the art piece. I like it. I like it.
I'm in a mood today, can you tell?
Why would field hockey get people addicted to heroin?
Because they stole the balls from the Scottish, right? So
Right.
then they couldn't play golf on weekends to get away from their miserable family and have fun, right?
Hmm.
So as a result, the only logical alternative to golf is heroin.
Or the saloon.
They didn't have saloons in Scotland. Well,
And
don't
if they
think of all the
did, it
stormy
was
weather.
filled with heroin.
Right.
Come on, Polly.
Think about this logically, Polly. All the storms that they have up in Scotland, those doors would freaking get blown right off.
Okay, that tracks. Also, cheese.
Yeah.
That is just delightful.
It's
It's never even fucking seen a cow, but you know what?
no.
Oh,
Appreciate
yeah,
it,
absolutely
nevertheless.
not. Ooh, look, it comes in the gourmet variety.
Okay, that's just taking the piss.
When you want to be really fancy with your Cheeto dust.
I like this one in the nondescript glass bowl. That's my favorite one.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? That's one of those bowls that they have on all the snobby cooking channels where they're just like, and now take some diced onion and just sprinkle it over the top.
Oh, the means by which every celebrity chef makes things look easy that aren't, because they had somebody chopping and dicing and julienning for an hour and a half before the show
Right.
started.
To put it in those gay little bowls.
Yeah.
And not gay in the fun way.
We have some of those little bowls. Which is how I know. It's
Throw
like,
them out.
how the fuck do you get them? Like, how the fuck do you get anything like the chopped onion in there so perfectly? Trick question. You don't.
Well,
Just leave it.
I like how they've irresponsibly stacked the fucking cheddar powder this high. I mean, that's just aiming for spillage, but it's cheddar powder, so it's fine if you dust it everywhere, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And don't worry, Sam. Those things tend to get used for like dipping plates anyway.
Which is
You
their
just put
intended
sauce in them.
purpose.
Yeah, you just put sauce in them and that's it.
It's a ketchup bowl.
We don't
That's
use
what
them
it
for.
is.
Yeah, like you don't really use them for cooking. They're kind of
Mhm.
useless for that.
Not according to Mort. He's like, hey, I cook like that.
Well,
There's
Mort, you might need to look at yourself. Ask some hard-hitting questions.
one of my friends, he's got money in a local coffee shop, right? And so he's just by risk of the trade, he's knows all the details about coffee and in terms of trade and business and whatnot. He is the most severe proponent of never grinding your beans before the very moment you intend to introduce hot water to them.
Okay.
And I agree. I buy whole beans and I grind myself. I mean, and that's not an amazing thing. I just do.
Mhm.
The aroma's stronger and the taste is stronger. That's what I've noticed. But he gets table punchingly upset about it. I remember him one time yelling in a restaurant, and the floor manager had to come over and tell us to quiet down because he was getting so fucking livid over people who buy ground coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. If you're gonna buy ground coffee, like pre-ground coffee, just fucking buy instant.
He really did hit the table and said, nobody would buy pre-cracked eggs.
Oh,
Some people might.
oh no. Oh, he didn't say.
And it's like, yeah, but you can actually buy pre-cracked eggs. They come in little cartons. I wasn't about to say that because I mean he was getting violent.
Furious.
Yeah.
Oh no. Pre-cracked egg. That was possibly the worst thing he could have said.
I mean, it's not actually a very good analogy either. It's not like
Yeah.
eggs aren't known for their robust flavor, if you know what I mean.
Mm. I'm slightly upset by this jar before us, Polly. This jar of Hoosier Hill white cheddar.
Oh, the big screw on top container here? Yeah, Hoosier Hill seems to be the producer of cheese, man. They got it in white, Trump,
Orange.
gourmet.
Large.
Mhm.
Fucking Christ, that is a huge
Nondescript.
ass container.
Why is that in a
Mm.
tiny little shaker? What the fuck? Oh god, that might be the.
It's more when you just want a little dash of Cheeto dust.
That might be the queerest thing since fucking San Francisco.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is this for your popcorn? It's a popcorn shaker?
Oh, is it?
Who has that little popcorn?
Well, okay,
Popcorn,
how
little
small are
popcorn?
you thinking this jar is, man?
It's a little herb shaker. You know the little dried herb shakers? They're probably like an
Yeah.
inch in diameter at most.
An inch in diameter. Holy
Yeah,
shit,
well,
y'all got small
it-
shakers.
Yeah,
Oh, look at this one.
that's what that is.
It-
Holy natural cheddar cheese.
From
That
India.
looks like a supplement.
Yeah, absolutely it does. It looks like creatine or protein powder.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's be honest here. Cheese is a supplement. It is a health food. You should add it to as many things as you can.
Okay, calm down, Frenchie.
I will not.
Pledge said, here, look at the price on that shit. I'm like, okay. All right. Enough with the flashes. Let's go. Organic white cheddar cheese powder, $14 to $38, depending on size.
Jesus.
I'm not paying $38 for this shit.
$14 for 7 ounces of powdered cheddar cheese.
It's organic, gluten-free, keto-friendly, kosher, and no artificial anything.
Oh, God,
Except the
those are just-
Cheetos.
Those are just the talking points of cheese.
Yeah, no shit.
All cheese is all of those things. Well, some cheese is probably not kosher.
Yeah, there's delicious bacon cheese. I didn't make that up. There is. It's good.
Sorry, but I was thinking about bacon cheese.
Oh, it's got little bits of bacon in it.
Oh,
does
it's
sound
like
good.
pepper jack, except the pepper is bacon.
Organic cheese to enhance any dish. Organic mac and cheese powder to add amazing cheesy flavor to your mac and cheese. White cheddar popcorn seasoning. Organic cheddar cheese. Okay, these are just...
It's just all the things. It's just all the things.
but I mean, the way that it's written, this is all like SEO crap. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Goes with anything. So I can put it with ice cream?
Organic cheddar cheese powder for pasta or cheddar cheese for soup.
Fun fact, Far,
Oh.
I have had cheddar cheese flavored ice cream, and it is delicious.
Really?
Yes. The thing that gets me is like, so are they actually powderizing cheddar cheese here? Like offcuts of the cheese when, you know, they're cutting up the giant catering blocks and all that kind
Well,
of thing?
that's
ready
what's
to prep
fascinating
for
about it. When you said
supermarkets?
a cheese powderer like home
Mm,
device. It's like, yeah, they already have that. It's called a dehydrator.
mm.
Oh, I mean, I don't
But
have one. Far does. But, you know, one day.
So
Are you asking me to do an experiment with this? Because I'm not doing it.
No, I'm just lamenting my lack of dehydratorness. I mean, I talked to you about that before. It's like I went to go get one and the gulf in price. It's like the cheapest piece of crap that people show you after one run through the dishwasher, the plastic racks, the stackable ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, one run through the
They're so
dishwasher
good.
and it's all like melted into form just from the heat of the dishwasher. I'm like, holy shit, that is remarkably fucking cheap. Like as in shitty.
Huh.
Or the
mean-
$500 plus stainless steel restaurant one, which I'd love to get, but I don't have $500 to blow just so I can become the jerk master as much as I want to.
Yeah, we have the plastic ones and they go through the dishwasher fine.
Yeah, but you live in Australia.
yeah,
Yeah, but I'm also
everything.
saying that they go through the dishwasher fine and they haven't melted in the sun.
But everything is tempered for the heat in Australia.
It's
So
weird
get
how
yourself
we're
an Australian dehydrator. I don't fucking know.
well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like we how is it that America is inundated with cheap Chinese crap where Australia is so much closer to China yet isn't? It's weird.
Because they own you?
Well, I mean, we are. We are inundated with cheap Chinese crap. It's just, I guess, we also take the point of going, maybe we need this to be heat resistant.
Oh, right. I guess that's
That's what it is.
foremost on your mind when you live on hell on earth.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, have you had books literally melt in cars? I have.
How did a book melt on you?
The binding.
Painfully.
Oh, the
The
glue
binding
that. Oh,
melted.
yeah. Okay, right. Yeah. So the,
Yeah.
the pages all just like
Yeah.
weren't holding together anymore.
Not all the pages, but a lot of the pages at the back of the book did
That's
do that.
rough.
That was a sad day. That was a fucking sad day for child Far. Come back to the car. Favorite book is just like the bindings melted. Never did that again.
That's kind of a delightful kind of thing in a weird way. And a horrible thing, yeah. It's it's not a book burning, it's a book melting.
I mean, we also had the giant calculator melt in the car as well, if you want, like, the other, the other bit of, like, what the fuck?
Now,
the other thing that comes to mind... Oh, sorry, Polly. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I was going to change the subject.
The other thing that comes to mind is, like, a lot of the time, what's called cheese powder. It's actually fermented milk powder, which is not quite the same thing.
Right. It might just be powdered milk that they've let spoil.
To all intents and purposes, yeah. There's you add a series of acids to it, or even go the traditional route with yeast to ferment the milk powder.
Yeah, that's why I figured they just added their various enzymes like they do when they're doing the curds and the whey and the muffets.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Far. My sleep-deprived mind went there for some reason. I'm glad someone giggled. Okay, so speaking of book burnings, Far sent me this thing on space Jews.
Now, Polly, have you already watched this, and are we going to get away with it?
I don't know. I want Far to explain what the hell this is.
I like how you're suddenly going through your DMs with me. Suddenly, just now.
See, people think that I'm like, like a son of a bitch. Now, I am, but it's not deliberate. That's the point. Like, how long ago did you send this to me?
Probably a couple of weeks back.
Seriously. See? I'm not targeting anyone to be ignored. And I get people asking, like, why do you ignore my messages? I don't. I ignore all of you as a group.
This isn't targeted ignorance. I'm not targeting. I'm not picking anybody out. You just all suck.
No, I mean,
Yeah, thanks for that, Sam.
it's not even that. That's just me cracking jokes, because it does make me feel bad when people think that I'm like, oh, it's so and so. Well, fuck them. No, I don't do that. I really don't. And some people get like,
think of you at all.
especially women, man, they can get themselves really bent out of shape over that. I've been friends with her for several years, and
never responded to anybody.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Only when we're on a live stream.
No, he's just sent me pictures of women's ass implants deflating. That was a delightful morning. That was a fucking delightful morning.
Chad, okay, so I actually did do that years back. I somebody's ass implants. Well, they deflated, or they were removed, or they popped. I can't remember, but it was a deflated ass, and it was hilarious, horrifying, but hilarious. And so, of course, I sent this to Far, and she wakes up, and this is the first thing she sees. That's great.
Yeah, it was the first thing I saw when I woke up. I'm like, oh, Polly's DM'd me. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? I was not happy.
Innocent young Far. Oh, Polly's DM'd me. It must be a reply to that thing that I sent him a while ago. Oh god!
This was like really early in us knowing each other as well. Mm-hmm. Keep that in mind.
Yep.
Like, this is like early days of us even interacting.
It was totally a harbinger of things to come. Yeah.
It kind of was.
Far, I have but one question.
What?
Why didn't you run?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, but in my defense, Sam, I spent like the next 3 weeks or more sending her like the cutest fucking things you get. She refused to look at any DMs. I'm talking bunnies in teacups, little puppies.
She told me. You told me initially, I'm going to send you a bunch of gore. Oh no, don't worry, Far. It's all just bunnies and cats and cute little animals. Like, don't worry about it. But this was after the deflated ass.
Well, he's slightly younger. You was a terrible person. You know that.
All trust was gone.
Yeah, I tried to reconstruct, but it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, he's not even like exaggerating when he says like 3 weeks. I think it was actually 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It took me 3 weeks before I decided to actually look at the DMs again. And he wasn't technically lying. It was all just like cutesy animals and shit.
I'm not kidding. There were a bunch of bunnies and teacups and shit. Yeah. Now, Jews in space. What caught my attention about this was the thumbnail. There was a pretty cool spaceship. And I was like, oh, hey, look, Jews in space. What's going on here? What is this? Condolences to Israel and their spacecraft bear sheet. Technically, they did plant their flag on the moon, though it may not be in the orientation or condition they wanted.
Can you?
I have no idea. What that
Can you
is
shoot me the URL for that YouTube video real quick, and I'll pull the thumbnail up for you.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just flashing back to a Dennis Miller joke I heard. Oh shit, I heard years ago. Pakistan's developing a space program, and he just starts giggling to himself, and then says, "Why?"
Exactly.
What's the point? He goes, "It's not going to happen. They're just looking for a way. Other nations have space programs, so they want one too. They're not going to pursue it in earnest. They're not going to do anything with it. They're not going to get any launchable vehicles. What are they going to do? Go to the moon? I'll tell you when Muslims will make it to the moon. The minute they find out there's Jews there." I was like, oh, shit. Oh, fucking base Dennis Miller, man. That was great. And, that would be one. Where are you, Sam? Oh, almost sent it to Blatty. Here we go. Paste. Enter. There you go.
Thank you.
See, look at that thing. It's a giant Star of David as a spaceship. It's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Let me grab this real quick. And you. Oh, I don't believe it.
Hold on, let me just turn this off and take a look.
Jews in space.
Oh, this is delightful. What the? Look at it. Chad, look at this. This is delightful. What? Dude. Okay. Did the Muslims find out they were out there?
It's beginning to look that way.
Oh, this is great stop motion, man. Look at this. It looks like original Battlestar Galactica. Well done, boys. Mel Brooks. That's why it was awesome. Ah, it all comes together and makes sense.
Yep.
Why did it go to Hans Zimmer? Is that what's going on in Denmark? Because that's where YouTube thinks I am.
You're on autoplay?
I guess so. Ever watched The History of the World Part 1? So long ago, I might as well say that I haven't seen it. Look.
There you go.
It's a hack.
Is he in space?
Good place for him. Hans Zimmer's a tragic tale, man. He was a creative guy that reshaped the way that you did film scores. Gave all kinds of composers a shot when nobody else would. And then he became a self-replicating republisher of his own half-ass ideas. In other words, he turned into Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's, if you listen to his early stuff, the guy's fucking brilliant. And like I said, it gave other people a shot when nobody else would have given them a second look. And now they're huge masters of film scores. Henry Gregson Williams, fucking John Powell, the list goes on and on. People who do massive Hollywood films, and it's Zimmer who fucking, hey man, why are you going to teach at that small music college? You ever try composing for film? Now the guy just makes the same score over and over and over and over. Is it kind of like, John Williams?
Oh God, yeah.
You sent it to me? Oh yeah, here we go. Nice. Okay, so Bar.
Yes.
Oh man, we already did this one. Are they hoping people don't see that there's a tractor there?
I don't know what they're expecting.
Because I got to say, it blends pretty well. The rust looks like the forest floor.
It's funny how so many of nature's colors are green and brown.
Yeah, funny how that works.
What the hell? I'm just reading down the side here, and they're talking about from Gaga to beheading to Celine's magic moment, all the highlights from the Olympic opening ceremony. Paris, soaked but spectacular, delivers an opening ceremony for the dreamers. The nightmarers, perhaps.
Good night, Rotten Corpse.
Have a good night.
Good night, Rob Combs. I wasn't exactly thrilled with some of the characters. Like,
Here. Alan. Oh, hey, Alan. Thank you very much for the $5. Somebody says, Polly. Alan. Good to have you here, as always.
yeah, I wasn't exactly thrilled with Christian conservative Twitter as regards to the Olympic opening ceremony stuff. Talking about, oh, can you believe the satanic blah 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 blah? They were showing the bit about the revolution, and they got a depiction of Marie Antoinette with the. It's like, guys, not everything you don't like or don't understand is satanic. It's just not. Okay, it's a part of French history like that, and anything of the few clips of it that I've seen so far, that was the least reprehensible.
I have to agree with you. The Marie Antoinette costume where that person is holding their own head while saying, like, that's I just got caught up with, how'd you do that? You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah.
I was like, that's kind of cool, man. I like that. Because you saw him earlier and his head was certainly attached to his shoulders. Yeah, out of everybody at that misbegotten so-called Last Supper table, that was probably the only one of any legitimate interest for me.
Yeah. That was, for want of a better word, yeah, that was offensive.
Yeah, sure. I just found it weak sauce. I'm like, oh, you're doing the Last Supper. You're about the billionth person to have done that. Great, good job.
Right, it's like, how does that relate to the country? What we're a country with deeply Catholic roots. Okay,
yeah, but
sure.
There's so
many
many.
ways to talk about that.
It's not like there's centuries and centuries of French Catholicism to go to. Why did you go to something Italian? It doesn't even make sense. Like I'm trying to wrap my head around it. It's like,
they couldn't do the Crusades. That would have upset some people.
Perhaps, but it was based as fuck. I mean, especially if you want to send a message to the charming contingent in Paris.
Behave yourselves. This is our country.
Yeah. Don't make us get all Deus Vult on you. We'll do it.
I'd wear the tabard.
Just saying. You know, Bernardo Clairvaux did nothing wrong.
Agreed.
Why? I remember somebody said, like, there's a second, third, and fourth crusade. You know, why not a fifth? And it's like, well, didn't they realize it wasn't working after the first crusade? That's like, well,
we're on the Fifth Republic, so draw from that what you will.
Oh yeah, Gojira. Yeah, right. I thought fucking all of a sudden there were flames out of nowhere. The tempo changed. Hard drummer started fucking going to town. And I was like, my guess was that Rammstein had crashed.
I don't know where Zelthor is right now, but he's probably very upset with you.
Why?
Gojira. Oh yes, I thought Rammstein had crashed.
Bye.
Oh no, he likes Gojira. Is actually a really good point. Frankie Dallas says they couldn't have gone for Joan of Arc. Well, no, because
No, too Catholic.
Then Christian conservative Twitter would have had to shut the fuck up. Because that was you guys.
That was the British.
Mm-hmm.
Did we actually do this? The thing you are fearing us poisoning children for?
I never said I'd fear poisoning children. It's just kind of odd. It's like, are they actually allowed to touch this?
So
I don't know if we did this one, actually.
this.
I think he kept clicking over to it, but we never actually talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So this piece of space debris back there. That.
Yeah.
I mean, man, when the Australians put together a museum, they really go to town. Look at this totally not warehouse.
To be fair, I think this is just the warehouse of SciTech.
Yeah.
I don't think this is actually where the display is.
Well, I was happy about that because, I mean, holy shit, they just got the thing sitting there on a fucking pallet.
Yeah.
So yeah, when we talked about the story when it first happened. There was some shit found on a beach, this thing, and they're like, what is
Yeah.
it? Is it extraterrestrial? Did it grow out of the sea? Did someone
No, it's
manifest
just
it
India.
through thought? Yeah, it fell out of space because India made it. So yeah, kind of an inevitability.
Yeah, now we have it at SciTech.
And Far's
Come see the space junk, kiddies.
yeah, she's concerned that it's going to poison people.
No, I never said that. I just find it very weird that in all the pictures here, people are touching this thing.
The creation of this new display is thanks to the Western Australian government, Minister Stephen Dawson, and the Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science and Innovation. Australian titles, man. It was made possible through an extra $1 million in funding announced on Friday, providing to SciTech in the state budget. $1 million in funding.
For
Pull a bit of
this.
shit out the ocean.
Yeah, somebody's walking around with $995,000 in their bank account. Look at that. I mean, because this guy's the only one in the room smiling. Yeah, I know why, too.
Yeah. Wanker.
We got $1 million for some fucking space junk that literally fell out of the sky.
Oh, SciTech.
It's fucking nothing, really. It's not a satellite. It's not a rocket. It's a failed attempt to become a satellite. Is what that shit is. Throw it back.
But SciTech is all over it because, hey, it'll inspire the next generation of scientists.
To fail
yeah.
miserably.
Yeah, because that's actually what SciTech is. If no one knows what this is, which is a very high chance you probably don't know what SciTech is. It's a science museum type thing for children.
Okay, now I'm not being judgmental, but the extra funding will also go towards further development of the new exhibits and refurbishment of the Discovery Center's exhibition galleries, with a focus on Western Australian scientists and innovations and Aboriginal science.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to crack jokes.
Yeah, I don't even know how you could crack jokes about that. That's just okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have a
okay,
diverse array of one-liners.
I mean, I don't know. Do you even need to? This kind of makes its own gravy.
It really does.
Oh, yeah. You can buy powdered gravy with the scoops, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, with the scoops?
Yeah, like in the bins at the grocery store. Yeah, it's just,
fuck?
it's like dark brown powder.
What the fuck?
Just add water and it turns into gravy. Yeah, you can buy powdered gravy.
From the pick and mix.
Why'd you say it like Yogi Bear? Picnic. What?
Pick.
What?
Fuck.
Pick and mix.
America, what the?
Oh,
what the
pick
fuck?
and mix. I thought, okay, shit. I thought you were talking about like like a cookout with the blanket and the picnic baskets.
Oh my god. So, SciTech and its bullshit.
Right.
This looks like it has been covered with a mix of Cheeto dust and gravy powder before being dropped in the ocean.
Well,
It kind of does, doesn't it?
you can literally see the water line.
Yeah.
See it on the diagonal there? We know which part was in the water. We know which part was exposed to air. The part that was exposed to water is the part that's all falling apart and degrading. And it's space-worthy, guys. India. For the future.
Thanks, India.
Holy shit. Thank you, Aaron. See? I'm not crazy. He heard it too. Wait a minute. Iconic Western Australian animal
Wait.
stars in new sci-tech puppet show. What animal is that?
Is it gonna be a fucking?
Oh my god, it's a quokka!
It's a quokka. It's a quokka.
That's delightful.
There's a Willy Wagtail too. Great. Got 2 assholes on this puppet show. Cool.
Not all of them are sandwich thieves, Far.
No, Willy Wagtail's
Some
an
of them, I
arsehole.
assume, are good people.
The quokkas are not sending their best. Eagles, it's a what? I yeah.
It's a quokka.
If it weren't for Far, I
It's
would
a
have
wizard.
never heard of these quokkas nor the summertime delight that is quacker soccer. Just watch who's watching. It is a crime.
It is a very serious crime. You will be arrested.
That just says a Willy Wagtail. Yeah, we know it as a magpie. But
No,
Australian
no.
magpies are something else entirely. They're murder birds.
No, magpies are different. Willy Wagtails are tiny little things.
Wait,
Are they?
I thought that was like
Oh, like a
Let-
pied
I was-
wagtail. Okay.
I thought it was a character like Blinky Bill. Like that's the name of the
No,
species or
it's
whatever.
actually, it's what you call them.
Oh,
Willy
okay.
Wagtails.
How Australian.
Does it look a little bit something like this? Put it in the group
It-
chat.
I mean, I'm assuming it's a Willy Wagtail. It might be just a magpie, but it's just the tail.
'Cause this is
Something
a
like that,
pied
yeah.
This is a pied wagtail from the UK. It just
Um,
dawned on me that they may be a related species.
At least they haven't accidentally destroyed buildings with failed launches like the Chinese have. Well, yeah, that's true.
What, the wagtails?
No, the Indians.
Oh.
When they launch something, it does indeed attain free fall, like it makes it to orbit. Now, it's not a stable orbit, mind you, but it did escape Earth's gravity
Mhm.
for a bit. And then, trailed down and landed near Far. But
Mhm.
where the Chinese,
It was terrifying.
yeah, we saw it coming down. We thought it was the end of everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Charlie
look
Hope.
at them there. They are clearly very similar. Very, very similar
Yeah.
species of bird.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a Willy Wagtail though. You can understand why I kind of thought that with the tail, right?
Yeah, I thought you were just making a euphemism.
No. No, that is the actual bird name. Look, he has angry eyebrows.
Green patch inventories. I'm honestly kind of surprised it's not called a gogwazzle or something. Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Ah, yes. The lesser reticulated hornswoggle.
I mean, that quokka is a little big, isn't it? Like they're much smaller than that generally, aren't
No.
they?
I mean, maybe a little smaller, but like,
He's-
it's also a puppet.
He's rather rotund, I'll say that much.
Quokkas can absolutely be rotund.
Oh, I thought they were tiny little fellers, like
Wouldn't be-
size of a small puppy or something. I didn't think they got like that. Thing's like the size of this guy's torso.
No, they usually are a little smaller.
He looks
But
like he's
again,
had a horrible-
it's a puppet.
He looks like he's had a horrible sitting accident with a beer keg.
Yeah, I hear you, Cheshire Smurf. I was thinking of sweet and sour sauce to start. Maybe just a nice smoking. We're wondering how they would taste for.
Also very illegal.
Well, for those interested in true culinary adventurism, you must be willing to risk. I mean, Teddy
To
Roosevelt's
risk it
son
all,
killed and
risk
ate a
prison.
panda. He regretted it because he said it was horrible, but still, he did it.
You know, when it comes to, inappropriately edible animals and the people that eat them, I'm reminded of the fact that my brother has recently picked up a second cat, and he has named it Emra. When I asked why, he says, well, it's a contraction sum. I was like, what? What for? He's like, emergency rations. And I was like,
Oh my god.
that's brilliant. That's actually brilliant. His fiance is not amused.
Is she Asian by any chance?
No, she's actually very white.
Hey, good
But,
morning, Pat.
but yeah.
How's it going?
Hi, Patrick. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, she's already not through. They had one cat that they thought was a female. They called it Ruby. It was not. It was not a female cat, in fact. And so he's renamed that cat Beans, much to her dismay.
Okay, so somebody in chat here mentions, I want to know what a kiwi tastes like. Now, I'm assuming you don't mean the people, but the bird.
Or the fruit, maybe?
Yeah, if you're talking about people, they taste like sheep.
You could have hesitated a little, Sam.
I could have, but I didn't.
Indicating you were perhaps guessing, not speaking from direct experience of your own.
But Polly, that's the joke.
So what we have here,
the delightful little woodcock.
Yeah, so let's all get the giggles out. What we have here is canned woodcock. Now,
what does that taste like, Polly?
I wouldn't know. So the classic British delicacy. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Just the real small birds, with interesting beaks, like a shrike. I don't know. I'm not a bird watching kind of guy, but I think it's like a shrike. They're kind of cool looking, I think. But apparently, when you pack them with sauce, you know, to seal in all of their flavors, it yeah, people, you know the way cans of tennis balls open with the little tab you you crack up and then back. You know what I'm talking about? Like, or to get like a pudding can open.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Canned woodcock. Now, in my mind,
there's no cock like woodcock.
By the time you've packed, it doesn't really matter what kind of bird it is. If it's a tiny little bird like this and you shove it in a can with sauce, they're all going to taste the same. I mean, for all you know, this is the, you know, unsegmented northern cock, not a woodcock at all.
Mm-hmm.
I find it just, I don't understand why anyone would buy canned birds. It's like that whole roasted chicken that's canned. What's up with that?
Oh, well, jarring.
Yeah, that is
ethical.
That is disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Jarred nightjar. Let's go.
Canned roast chicken. No, not. Yeah, here we go. Like that.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's more.
I didn't mean like this. This is fine.
Yeah.
Not my favorite, but yeah, it's fine. This is something else, yo. That's a whole fucking chicken, yo.
That's more distressing than the fucking time that you told me about mattress protectors as body bags.
Yeah, everyone tries to go get real body bags. I don't know why.
Yeah, just can your chickens. No, about the right level, Polly.
No, it's just that was so schizophrenic. Everything that just happened there. That was diagnosable. Holy shit!
Like I said the other week, Polly, if you want to be, you know, tossing out fastballs from left field, you got to live in left field.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, see, there we go. That kind of thing, right there. And yeah, indeed, that is the top of said can here. There it is. Sweet Sue.
Oh God.
There's nothing sweet about this.
It's like a landmine of distress.
The part that I find the worst is the ass pick.
God.
You know, like the natural gelatin that's formed. Oh my God.
Ass pick is probably about the right word.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Never has a word so unintentionally fit what it ended up being as ass pick.
Because if you pick this, you're an ass.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, like head cheese would be an example of ass pick.
Ass pick is basically anything that is preserved in a set gelatin wrap. It's just not good. technically a trifle if you turn it upside down as an aspic.
How?
No.
'Cause
no,
it's-
Sam, that is cursed. No.
No, it's because it's cake fingers, right? It's the cake, the dried biscuit-like cake stuff, right? That you mix in with the jelly and then you set it. Because normally wet cake goes off, but trifle keeps for a very long time. So if you turn a trifle upside down, so that the cream layer is on the bottom, yeah, then you've now created a fruit cake aspic.
Because there's an air seal to it.
Yeah, because it's preserved by the gelatin.
Okay.
I have redeemed
I
aspic
don't
for
like
the world.
this. No, I don't like this. I'm going to pretend you did not say any of what you just said.
I am Samael the Redeemer as of this day.
I mean, I hate when I'm at a deli
Worship me.
and I'm going along looking like, you know, the glass counter at all the delicious cheeses and cured meats and this wonderful variety of spiced aged stuff. And then you come across the head cheese and it ruins it all. Head cheese is just,
Yeah.
it could be, it's chunks of stuff suspended in other things that are clear. No, it's offensive to the eye, man.
Move on.
It is the clamshell
Jesus
packaging of
Christ.
the food world.
It's the what?
It is the clamshell packaging of the food world. Difficult to get into, and you usually injure yourself on the way in, and it's never as good as you expected it to be.
Well, I would wager that if clamshells were transparent, no one would eat them.
Yeah, because that's the thing, you know, like you get like a clam or an oyster or a mussel or something like that, and it's kind of like, oh, this looks kind of cute, and then you open it up after it's been cooked, or not in the case of oysters, and you're like, oh, well, I don't really want to eat this, but I've opened it now. It'd be rude not to.
Something that is kind of funny, though, I remember
any of these.
Steve 1989, the MRE review channel that I love, y'all should check out
Yes.
because he's awesome. It was a big thing to have canned bread in the MREs for a while for the United States in the 60s. And there's a can of canned bread, which seems weird, but it makes sense in terms of what they were doing. We need something that when we airdrop it, it won't break open. It's storable and shelf stable across environments from the hottest of hot to the coldest of cold, and it's the United States. They are global, so you know, from the Arctic to the desert, it's got to do it all. And the only way they could pull that off for a good long while was a fucking can. I'm like, okay, so we got canned bread, nice.
I think the Swedish and German. I mean, obviously, you know, we got European standardized fucking ration packs and such now, but I think the Swedish and German ones still do pack canned bread. I think it's a plastic can more so than a tin can now, but yeah. No, I've had it. The German one was it was a canned rye bread. Actually, quite nice. Needed a bit of moisture, but it was good.
I don't think I've ever heard of canned bread. What was funny, Steve 1989, like imagine a clever, informed Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. That's Steve 1989. Because if you call someone Shaggy, it's like you're calling him stupid or a pothead or someone's like spaced out. No, but he looks an awful lot and kind of does talk a little bit like Shaggy. It's part of his charm, man. You can watch for hours and hours. He's great stuff. But when he gets out this cylinder of bread from the can, right? And he goes, well, I've already opened it. So like, obviously it can't be shelf stable and I want to try. Let me just, and he literally breaks bread. Like he cracks it in half and he just kind of sits there silently for a second, looking at the two halves that have like broken apart and they fit perfectly back together. And he's like, that was so satisfying.
Now you know why baguettes are so popular in France. Think about it.
It's fine, you
Imagine
break the
last
bread.
time. Well, yeah, but imagine the last time. Remember, you guys have all purchased a baguette at had a baguette at some point in your life. Whether you purchased it yourself or someone got it for you, right? I don't know. Maybe you got some butter and some jelly or jam or whatever the fuck to go with it, right?
Right.
The spreadable pate, whatever the fuck, whatever you put on it. Think back on the sensation of breaking the crust of that bread and then spreading whatever the fuck it was that you're putting on it, and then just biting into it. Is that not delightful?
Are you supposed to break it by hand?
You're a slicer, aren't you?
I didn't realize there was any other way you were supposed to handle
Far,
a
we-
baguette.
We can't see each other anymore, Far.
What? Why? Because I fucking use a bread knife on a baguette?
Yes!
Is that
Polly, I'm
such
not
a
being
fucking
unreasonable
crime?
here, am I?
I personally break a baguette, but then I've also been like, if you're doing the well, any number of dishes where you want like the sliced toast, if you're going to oh man, have you ever laid out 4 or 5 slices of baguette cut crossways and then pour beef stew over top of it?
I have as it goes. Well, no, it wasn't sliced, it was torn.
No, really? So you never cut ever?
No, pretty much never. The only exception to that would be slicing it like lengthways if it's a sub type sandwich. So that'd be the only time. But even then, I break off as much as I want.
That sounds so hood, and I know it wasn't. Yeah, I breaked off a proper piece. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
This is prepperism's gone mad. Look at that.
You see what I mean? Because jarring birds is wrong. That's why they're canned.
Wait.
So that you don't have to look upon the abomination.
Okay,
It is sealed from thy God-fearing eyes.
we say canning stuff, and it means mason jarring,
Yeah.
sealing it, right? And yeah, it's odd because canned. You mean tin metal canned? And no, actually glass. But I mean, this guy's jamming half a fucking bird in there. Look at that.
He's just jamming his meat in that jar.
Damn it.
What is this?
I wasn't serious, by the way, Far. We can still see each other.
That-
Oh, you sure? You sure about that? You
Yeah.
sound very offended that I slice baguette.
You know what it is, Far? It's because the blue part of people here that slice their baguettes are doing so to prepare tapas.
Okay.
They're wankers, basically.
I just want bread, man. I don't know what to tell you. I just want
The
sliced
rumors are
bread.
true. Huh.
What?
Roast
Wait,
chicken
Golden wanted to
chips.
do roast chicken?
I've just been hearing about roast chicken potato chips for a while. I've never had them myself.
Oh, Polly,
but-
send me a fucking PO box or something like that. I'll get you some fucking roast chicken chips. You'll like them.
Yeah, I
you're
can
a
do
fan
that
of the
too.
poultry.
Oh, look
Like
at
we
that.
have roast chicken chips here as well.
Oh, they left the
Why don't
heads
we
on.
just send each
Yeah.
other boxes? Like all 3 of us.
I don't.
Right.
Just here. Care package.
That's Cajun style, isn't it? Because the Cajun people do that. They leave the heads on stuff
Like
and then barbecue
Oh
the shit
god,
out
I
of it.
just realized there were heads on
Yeah,
that. Oh
I'm like,
god,
Far,
why'd
how are you
point that
just,
out to me?
like-
What the fuck?
Far's tough as nails. Like she's still talking about the last subject while we're staring at like bent back bird heads that have.
I didn't realize that wasn't what we were looking at. I didn't realize.
You could have convinced me if I had not looked slightly closer at this image that this was like Cajun barbecued bull genitalia.
Yep. Yeah, it really is. And yeah,
Oh,
Eagle,
God.
you're right. It's made in a similar way to Peking duck. That was a roller coaster of emotions I just went through there. I was like, holy shit, look at the skin of that bird. It's like a sugarcane bird made like Peking duck. So
Oh
super
my God, I
crispy,
don't like this.
nice and tender on the inside. And then I realized the fucking heads were still, and it got weird. Man, that was a rough ride. Ooh,
Do you have to break the head off?
I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe that's your purchase point. You just get a grip on the head. Like you're
Oh, right, yeah, that's the handle of like the chicken
I
tank.
don't like any of what is happening.
Do you think like the cavity of the chicken is filled with chicken gravy and you drink the chicken gravy out
Oh
using
my
it like a
God.
tankard first and then just eat the rest of the I've kind of sold myself on these now.
Sam, why? Why are you continuing to say something so fucking cursed? What
Have
is
you never-
wrong with you?
oh Cheshire Smurf.
have
Yeah, he thought they were gooey ducks. You know, the big clams with the huge proboscis thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Those things are
Yeah,
horrifying.
dump any
man.
woman that suggests you eat those.
Wait,
That's a test, my brothers of the internet. That's a test.
have you ever actually seen someone
What's the
prepare gooey
crime?
duck?
I don't think I have.
Like dress one? I mean, not to go out for dinner in a tux. I mean, cut it up.
That was definitely the level. Uh-huh.
I actually stole that from a Looney Tunes cartoon. It's when Bugs Bunny joins the army, or gets drafted, actually.
Mhm.
The general, or his sergeant, is constantly screaming at him to get stuff done, and Bugs screws it up, and he ends up getting demoted. His sergeant does. Because all the mistakes going on under his command. And he's like, there's 36 chickens in here, and I want them dressed and ready for dinner. And when the sergeant comes back, they've all got like top hats and tails on and monocles. You know, it's fucking hell.
1 little, 2 little, 3 little.
Yeah, they were. The other thing I see creatures is uncircumcised. Yeah, spectral embryon. Like when you, I was fascinated because most of a gooey duck is outside of its shell. Like the shell almost seems like a perfunctory afterthought to that clam.
That's where it goes when it's cold. That's what the gooey duck though. That's one of those things where
is it just geoduck? Is that how you?
Something like that.
Yeah, I better have safe search turned on.
I gotta be honest with you though. This is one of those things where like I want the scientists, biologists, and chefs to stop fucking lying to me. This does not look like a duck. It does not resemble a duck. It has never resembled any kind of duck. Say what you fucking mean. You dirty, dirty bastards.
I mean, look at these guys. I mean, that shell is an afterthought. It's clearly grown too large for its home and just refuses to upscale.
Oh, God, tell me about it. My tailor said that to me last week.
So
that was a dig
when
joke,
somebody
Paul.
goes through the prep thing, like all of that gets cut off. Like the edible component of it is just the innermost.
None of it. None of it, Polly. It's not edible. None of it.
I mean, I like seafood, but good God.
Yeah, but I see that food and I'm like, nah.
No. Local clams. I mean, they're technically clams. I mean, they seem more like interlopers.
Yeah, they kind of look like clams that subsist on a McDonald's diet. They are clearly obese.
As far just walked away in disgust.
Probably. I don't blame her.
I'm just sitting here and just Jesus. Jesus.
A little too penisy
I
for
got
you.
nothing.
Jesus, see, these things are the reason why Jesus walked on the water rather than in it.
Yeah, I don't think they have these in the Sea of Galilee.
Yeah, there is no Jesus below sea level. Okay.
Okay.
Think about it. Anglerfish, these fuckers. The metal-shrouded sea snails that live in the Indian Ocean next to volcanic vents and are carnivorous.
Those things are cool.
They are metal as fuck, but there is no Jesus below sea level. Hammerhead sharks, I ask you. What the fuck?
I mean, when you're walking along the beach, what the fuck is that? Like, what? Don't pick it up and eat it. Whatever you do.
Yeah. Who came up with
I just want
eating
nothing
these?
to do with this conversation. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, nah.
See, Pat, I remember we talked about this video that Pat did years ago, grossing out his internet fam, and it's just him eating stuff that everyone else that he knows doesn't like, but he's fine with it. Vienna sausages, things like that, right? Man, you should have went hardcore and broke out the gooey duck, Pat. Yeah, I don't know if you like it, but you could have faked it for the video. It would have freaked everyone out. I mean, oh my God, look at that thing.
I have to imagine that these things have got the same texture as a fucking cheap Vienna sausage. You know, that kind of moussey. How the fuck is this meat?
I don't think so, because just from the amount of the outside layers you cut off, I just pictured you had to cook it forever to get it tender. I don't think it's naturally tender at all. It reminds me of a scallop a little bit, where it's like, man, you're going through all the, oh my God, they just get, oh God, look at that shit.
It's so wrong on so many levels. This is like a Greek monster.
Yeah.
You know? All phallus. All the time.
God, that looks right
Like
out
a
of
cyclops.
like,
Oh, it's a one-eyed giant. You know, fuck off. Nothing far. I thought that would have brought you back in.
Again, I'm just kind of going, I don't want anything to do with this conversation. This is just, what the fuck?
like scallops are, oh my god, little.
Oh, but those look adorable.
Oh, they're little fucking disc treasures of the sea. But when you you open up one of their one of the shells, it's just like this tiny little portion in the center of this huge shell just to get this little piece. But oh my god, are they good? Oh, pan fried like that. Oh, heavens to Betsy! Look at this. I mean,
This is the Beatrice, you know, in the levels of hell. Is what this is. You know, there's no Jesus below sea level, but this is the Beatrice. We venture forth to bring these back.
I don't.
And lobster.
Yeah, Pat. I don't even know why they went there. It didn't even seem necessary for what they were doing. It's they were just doing the Olympics thing Pat's talking about.
Oh right, yeah.
Their goal simply seemed to be loud and proud. We're here, we're queer, we ain't going nowhere. That very, very old vibe. No one told them to stay indoors, so I don't know why they keep screaming, we will not be shut away. It's like, okay. No one, I mean, fuck. But I don't know why take that angle. Like, this is what I was saying, Sam. Like, it's people were joking. It's like, I want Sam to speak on behalf of his people and explain what the fuck this was. I don't think anybody in France knows. I think it was a committee of maybe half a dozen people that made all the fucking calls of everything that you saw there. All the misbegotten stupidity that you saw there.
Well, there's that, and half the fucking people that were there were imports anyway.
That's great. What, all the performers were from out of country?
Oh, half the fucking performers were imports, yeah. From around the Francosphere. And no, I'm not talking about the actor.
What the hell's the Francosphere? Down to Algeria and whatnot? Or...
We've got shitloads of territory around the world, Polly.
French Guiana doesn't count.
Réunion.
No, I know.
All
territory.
Quebec.
You mean colonialism? Quebec? Is he trying to claim that, Sam?
Yes. You know why? Because unlike the British, we want our independence. Fuck off. You know there are still Algerians mad that we invaded them because of the Barbary pirate slave trade.
Wait, hold on. What? Make that make sense. That didn't make any... What?
We invaded Algeria, and indeed most of the Maghreb.
Right.
Which is why French is still one of the most commonly spoken languages there.
Sure.
Due to the the Barbary pirates and leading into the slave trade in the region.
Right.
They were literally landing on our shores, lifting people off of our beaches, putting them onto ships, and selling them into the Arab slave trade.
Right. You're saying there's people that are still upset. At what? France putting a stop to that shit?
Yes. We invaded Algeria, and there are still Algerians upset that we invaded their fucking country because they were harboring slavers. There are Algerians that live in France who took advantage of our generosity when it came to the whole, we invaded you and you were one of our territories and, the blah, 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 French people lived here, etc., etc., etc. They took advantage of the whole system that allows them to come and live as French citizens in France.
Right.
And they are mad that we invaded them. It's like, motherfucker, if it was not for that, you would not be here. You would be in the dust bowl that Algeria would continue to be. Were it not for our invasion of your slaving nation.
I mean, we don't talk about politics here, but I mean, you're not wrong. Like it.
Oh, this is history.
The Islamic slave trade, in terms of historical analysis, gets one giant fucking novelty check-sized pass. It.
Mm-hmm.
I'm angry. You put a stop to our slaving. What?
Yeah, you colonizing imperialist slaver. How dare you put a stop to our slave trade?
All right. The Crusades happened for a reason. Yeah.
No,
That's what happens when you kill a bunch of
that's the thing.
pilgrims. You get guys in armor showing up with big fucking broadswords and armored horses. That's when you know
It's
someone's
fucking
serious,
cool.
when even their horse is armored. Right, Far?
Yes.
Well, I mean, think about it these days. You know, you don't get worried when you see a Mazda rolling down the road. Fucking Hummer with a machine gun on the back. Yeah, there's an armored horse.
I get worried when you have a bunch of fucking... Yeah, I'm going to leave that alone.
I think I know what you're trying to say there.
And I was going to reference a Toyota truck with a bunch of guys with Kalashnikovs in the back. But hey, we're not talking about that right now.
No cap on the grenade, yeah.
Creepy.
Ugh.
Yeah, right? Look at all them eyes, Far.
And those
Yeah,
are
I don't
eyes
like
as
that.
well.
I know. It's
I
fucking...
don't like that.
It's no good. No good.
You know what's worse is when you get the ones with the eyes that actually come out on little stalks to look around on the rocks and such.
This is
But they
not
are
okay.
delicious.
They are.
What is it? Is somebody in chat here said, do you like meaty hockey pucks? It sounds like something BG would say. So, yes. That is
He
a...
is an
oh.
otter.
Yeah, right?
Mike Savage says, thanks, Sam. Those Algerians used to raid the south coast of Ireland for slaves too. They did! They did. Past tense.
It makes it so much worse that the eyes glow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah. Just no.
I think they're kind of delightful.
And people... Yeah, that's pretty much my feeling towards the multiple eye having clam.
Think about it, right?
What the fuck? I did.
Think about it, though, right? Think about this, right?
Mhm.
People going about like, oh, aliens from other worlds, and they look like little grey men, you know, or little green guys, all that kind of bullshit. Guys, have you got no sense of imagination? Look at the fucking clam. All those eyes surrounding what is a mouth and an arsehole in a shell. That's more alien than anything these conspiracy theory kind of people have ever come up with. And it's right here on Earth. I don't want to hear about the reptilians. I want to know about the clam people.
The clam people.
Yeah.
Considering that they don't have anything that can be understood to be a neural net, much less a central nervous system. What? Do they possess some kind of like collective consciousness?
Well, it works for Antifa, so I don't know why not. All right, I'll stop with the politics.
I remember when I firmly took that position in a class one time, in an ethics class, talking about, like Peter Singer is doing his usual, everything you do is harmful. And it's like, dude, what do you do? Fucking levitate and hover over the grass lest you bend a blade? The fuck? I remember telling a former professor of mine, I'm like, if I ever meet Peter Singer and he's not like, you know, wearing a fucking loincloth made of hemp he grew himself, I'm going to be really fucking disappointed.
Real quick, sorry. This didn't even occur to me in the moment. Cynic says, they prefer to be called women, Sam. The clam people.
Christ. Fucking Christ.
Which makes your comments on the matter, Polly, even more poignant. They have no established neural net, do they just have a collective consciousness?
Explains how all these women that don't know each other have all told me the same things. All right, Far.
I'm not laughing, Far. It's awful what he's saying.
Yes. Laughing at the man that he had the audacity to bring up something so ludicrous.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
It's that time of the night, Far. We'll
Have-
talk about
have you
grammar,
got a
spelling,
wheel?
and punctuation.
Oh, okay.
10 bizarre punctuation marks that didn't stick. Now, we'll notice
Full
the usual suspects are uninvolved. No Jamie
Oh?
Frater.
Which is ironic, really, because he could use a hand with his punctuation.
So the Interrobang at number 10.
Yeah, Interrobang. I like this little guy.
It's the WTF mark.
Oh God. Don't validate the journalists, Polly.
The quest for effective punctuation is one of the most interesting developments in history. Is it? I mean, let's just read. Okay. Sorry, I want to give that another day in court. Hold on. The quest, mind you, for effective punctuation is one of the most interesting developments in history. The splitting of the atom, fire, housing.
No, punctuation.
The effective punctuation, indeed. Trumps them all.
Look, okay. Clearly, we are dealing with an English major. Speaking as an English major, I know how to identify one of my own.
Over time, innovators and linguists have helped. I can't even.
Oh God,
this is so bad.
Called it.
Innovators and linguists have attempted to help humans express themselves in writing, creating a variety of marks that did not catch on. Whew. Yeah, written by like a linguists don't help anyone develop anything. They express natural language in structured forms after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, it's not a bad thing. So, okay, why no interrobang? Because there's times when you need an exclamation mark, and you don't have a question. Like, fuck you. Then there's sometimes when you want it as a question. Fuck you. You know, so yeah.
But what if you want it as both?
But there's both. You see what I'm saying? It would be like me offering to sell you only salt and pepper in the same shaker. If I give you salt and pepper, you can use them you can combine to purpose.
It's seasoning?
Yeah, they exist separately because you need them separately. So is there really a purpose for a third combined one? No, it becomes superfluous then.
Yeah, if you want them at the same time.
To really stress how you're questioning with incredible intensity.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tone marker.
If we were concerned about tone, in terms of punctuation, we would do what the Spanish do, which is actually quite good. Put the question mark before the sentence begins.
I honestly think that is a really fucking good practice, and I'm amazed that other languages haven't picked it up.
Yeah, it's a sharp fucking move.
Mm-hmm.
You ever hear people like reading something live for like the first time, cold reads, and they get to the question mark at the end, and they twist and contort to try and make it sound like they meant it as a question the whole time when they totally didn't, because they didn't know till they got to the end.
Don't get me wrong. Sometimes you get some contextual, clues. Like, if, for example, if a line starts with the word "so," it's either going to be a "therefore" blah 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 statement, or "so you're saying that blah 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 blah." It's going to be one or the other.
Okay, Spectrum Everyone got a fucking Malort ad or video. Fuck.
Bro.
That is the most solid fucking proof I have ever come across that, yeah, they're listening. How do you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no way that came up randomly. That's Malort. That's too fucking obscure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the chances aren't zero, but they're pretty fucking damn near. That Malort would have come up randomly for them. You know what I mean? Okay.
See, now Malort sounds like the proper name for a geoduck.
God, you're right.
It sounds more like their behavior. You know? what they do. They just sit there and malort. Like Jeremy Hambley. This whole channel's just malorting.
Mm-hmm. It's like the attempt to gallivant, but without any energy.
Most people have combined the question mark and the exclamation mark at the end of a sentence to express both confusion and excitement. Thanks. Well, most people just write two marks side by side. Question mark, exclamation mark? Well, I go the other way around, personally. I want the...
I do. That's wrong.
Yeah, I want the shock first. Hell yeah! I wonder... Enterprising punctuation mark visionaries have... Really? Have attempted to create a new mark to express the same idea invented in 1962 by advertising executive Martin K. Spector. Apparently
What a name.
wanting for some kind of notice. I guess his advertising in other areas didn't really work out. The interrobang was meant to cleanly state the same idea as writing, but with better aesthetics.
Very good. Very good.
No, he created a... What? A refrigerator that makes its own ice cubes? I don't... No, it's a third mark for no reason. Okay, you've got my attention.
Yeah, what is this?
Rhetorical question mark?
The Hervé Bazin's punctuation. Another innovator of this new punctuation points in the 60s was Jean-Pierre Marie Hervé Bazin. That's my best attempt.
Take note how these all seem to be, so far anyway, of the modern era.
Uh-huh. Yep. Fuck, the 60s were a bad time for post-structuralism. A French author who also dabbled in graphic design. And he came up with this. Huh? The 1966 Bazin published a series of essays under a fake name that discussed 6 new punctuation marks writers could use to make their writing more nuanced. Bazin's punctuation focused on emotive ideas and included symbols expressing love, certitude, authority, irony, acclamation, and doubt. The love point is one of the most interesting, using 2 fake... It's a fucking heart? That's it? That's
really?
That's why I did all this fucking reading for, was a fucking heart emoji made with question marks.
Oh my god, you're right. It is
God,
just emojis.
The love point is one of the most interesting, using 2 facing question marks to create a heart shape. Basically, it was the early progenitor of the heart emoji. Although his essays only talked about 6 punctuation marks, he designed many more in his free time, of which he had apparently plenty. Well, the essays had distinctively a tongue-in-cheek tone to them. They encouraged writers to use the mark to increase nuance in writing. Emojis never increase nuance in anything, anywhere, at any time. They just added confusion.
I don't know.
I do.
I don't know.
I do.
There's the winky face. There's the sarcastic smirk.
Okay, wait a minute. I will make an allowance for the Lenny. The Lenny is lascivious in a way that words cannot quite get to. Yes. Remember when I found the Lenny mug? I was so happy. It was accidentally a fucking Lenny face mug. I couldn't have intended it, but it was perfect.
Mort says, boo, Sam's idea was better. Right? Rhetorical question mark.
Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah.
So this for you would be...
A question that is...
Don't answer
in and of
this.
itself. Yeah. Yeah, a closed question. It requires no answer.
Do you really think I didn't know what rhetorical meant, Sam?
I'm describing the mark.
That was rhetorical. Never mind.
Yeah.
You couldn't
because
tell
there was no
from the
rhetorical
hyperbole
question
that I
mark,
spoke it with.
Yeah. Polly, you don't get it. There was no rhetorical question mark. So of course I answered. Fuck.
How was I to know?
I was demonstrating the purpose of having a rhetorical question mark to you with your rhetorical... Oh, fucking hell.
Sam, we're expressing ourselves verbally. How do you pronounce this rhetorical question mark of yours? Yes, that was a question.
Well, you get to the end. What you do is you get to the end of the sentence and then you distort your inflection.
Hey, there's Platty with the Lenny. Nice. The fleuron, or hedra. Isn't that just a dress print?
It certainly seems that way.
Is this to denote something that's being said in a sing-song voice? Because it kind of looks a little bit like musical denotations.
Also as a hedra, the fleuron, fluion, whatever,
Fleuron.
is an antique punctuation mark that died out before the modern era but still finds some obscure use. The fleuron is one of the oldest punctuation marks dating back to Old Latin and Greek texts. You have my interest. In many ways, the fleuron was a decorative element, making the page look pretty with leaf design. However, it also had a practical usage before modern typography took off. Some writers used the fleuron to show breaks between paragraphs on the page, the concept of the indentation having eluded them. I am going to be old man in rocking chair with shotgun over indenting paragraphs. Same thing with two spaces after a period. I don't care how boomer it makes me. People are like, oh, block writing is the way of the future. Yeah, whatever.
This is sort of. I assumed at the time when I saw not this particular mark, but what do you call it? Repaired or restored Latin texts. That they used to put 3 asterisks next to each other to separate paragraphs out. Presumably, this is what they were trying to represent.
Oh, 3 of them together, like centered in the middle of the page, not justified in the middle. Yeah, now that you mention that, yeah, I didn't think of that. I have seen books that do that. Hagakure like that, the way that it prints. The anecdotes are all separated by the 3 dot things. It depends on who the publisher was, what symbol they use, but it's the 3 in a row. Yeah, I have seen that actually. Now that you mention it,
I tend to use those when in my writing to denote like a scene break within a chapter.
Yeah. Use of the
It's
fleuron
still the same people.
was important in olden times. Since the text was generally printed in a block of text without paragraph breaks. I'm
slave
picking up.
paper.
Gotcha. Yeah, and you can only print on one side of the paper in really, really olden times. When modern typography took off and modern printing became widespread, the fleuron died, even in its decorative role. Some typefaces still have the fleuron coded in, but it remains relatively unused, except by a few designers who use it for lengthy lists. Oddly, the fleuron's main use comes in the restaurant business, where menu designers are still encouraged to use a symbol as a purely decorative element. I don't get it. Which one is like upright, if you will?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe start of paragraph, end of paragraph.
I mean, either one is fine, but don't mix and match. Is that the thing?
Possibly.
If you can put 3 in a row, pick one. Autism.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is kind of how I use mine. Okay, so it's just asterism. Lovely.
A more modern mark is used to denote paragraph breaks as asterism. Yeah, this is the thing I was thinking of. Okay, so it's a separate thing. All right.
Okay.
Named after the astronomy term for a close-up group of stars, the asterism is a triangle of 3 asterisks, asteri, that was prominent in the 19th century, also known as the triple asterisk. This mark showed breaks in paragraphs and showed when a subchapter started in a text. For most uses, autism worked as a call to attention for immediately following it and letting the reader know that it was important. Beyond the typographical usage, the asterism also had weirder uses. In the 19th century, writers would sometimes use the asterism to show that the text was omitted or otherwise hidden. Russian composer, critic Cesar Cui. Is this the origin of the Kuel? Remember that shit, Far?
Let's use the Kuel as a unit of measurement.
Yeah.
I give you a hamburger.
Oh, God, the hamburger thing. By the time you get just 3 Kuels away, reality has collapsed in on itself.
Yeah, I give you a hamburger. You weep at the steps. You hear children screaming in the distance.
Oh, God, I've heard that one. The father falls down the stairs and breaks his neck.
Yes.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yes.
God, yeah, yeah.
I remember sharing that with people in this specific sphere.
Yeah.
You know what that was?
Yeah.
That was an Escher painting of a story.
Yes.
I'm sure there's some people
I
in
give
chat
you
that
a
are like,
hamburger.
what the hell are you guys talking about? It's like layers of, okay, this is not it, but
Of
just to
reality,
yeah, like
basically.
layers
Yeah.
of interpretive expression of a given event. And so first cule, second cule, third cule. And by the time you get to second and third, the story started simply enough with giving someone a hamburger. And then by the time it's like third cule and fourth cule, it's gone to bizarre psychedelic interpretive realms that somehow is still based on that original handing of the burger.
Yeah, it goes even quicker than that. I just pulled it up, right?
Okay.
1 cule. If you asked me for a hamburger and I gave you a raccoon, okay? That's the first cule. The second one. If you asked me for a hamburger, but it turns out I don't really exist. Where I was originally standing, a picture of a hamburger rests on the ground. Like, it immediately goes into just what the fuck territory.
You know what it is? The third cue, right? You awake as a hamburger. You start screaming only to have special sauce fly from your lips. The world is inseparable.
Yeah.
You know what this is, don't you? This is the origin of AI prompts.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? 4 cules. Why are we speaking German? A mime cries softly as he cradles a young cow. Your grandfather stares at you as the cow falls apart into patties. You look down only to see me with pickles for eyes. I am singing the song that gives birth to the universe. And so on.
Yeah, here we go.
It just gets more from here.
The fifth cue is the one I remember. You ask for a hamburger. I give you a hamburger. You raise it to your lips and take a bite. Your eye twitches involuntarily. Across the street, a father of 3 falls down the stairs. You swallow and look down at the hamburger in your hands. I give you a hamburger. You swallow and look down at the hamburger in your hands. You cannot swallow. There are children at the top of the stairs. A pickle shifts uneasily under the bun. I give you a hamburger. You look at my face and I am pleading with you. The children are crying now. You raise the hamburger to your lips. Tears stream down your face as you take a bite. I give you a hamburger. You are on your knees. You plead with me to go across the street. I hear only children's laughter. I give you a hamburger. You are screaming as you fall down the stairs. I am your child. You cannot see anything. You take a bite of the hamburger. The concrete rushes up to meet you. You awake with a start in your own bed. Your eye twitches involuntarily. I give you a hamburger. As you kill me, I do not make a sound. I give you a hamburger. That's the one I remember.
Yeah. And 6 cules just to finish it off, right? You asked me for a
comment
hamburger.
about appetite suppressants. I
My
think he's
attempt
ahead
to
of us.
reciprocate. Oh my god. My attempt to reciprocate is cut brutally short as my body experiences a sudden lack of electrons. Across a variety of hidden dimensions, you are dismayed. John Lennon hands me an apple, but it slips through my fingers. I am reborn as an ocelot. You disapprove. A crack echoes through the universe in defiance of conventional physics as cosmological background noise shifts from randomness to a perfect A-flat. Children everywhere stop what they are doing and hum along in perfect pitch with the background radiation. Birds fall from the sky as the sun engulfs the earth. You hesitate momentarily before allowing yourself to assume the locus of all knowledge. Entropy crumbles as you peruse the information contained within the universe. A small library in Phoenix ceases to exist. You stumble under. It keeps going. You stumble under the weight of everythingness. Your mouth opens up to cry out and collapses around your body before blinking you out of the spatial plane. You exist only within the 4th dimension. The fountainhead of all knowledge rolls on the ground and collides with a small dog. My head tastes sideways as space-time is re-established. You blink back into the corporeal world disoriented, only for me to hand you a hamburger as my body collapses under the strain of reconstruction. The universe has reasserted itself. A particular small dog is fed steak for the rest of its natural life. You die in a freak accident moments later, and your soul works at the returns desk for the Phoenix Library. You disapprove. Your disapproval sends ripples through the interdimensional void between life and death. A small child begins to cry as he walks towards the stairway where his father stands.
Wait a minute. How is the person working at the library to cease to exist?
Because the
And
universe has reasserted itself.
But here's the great part, right? That I'm just seeing here that kind of ties it back to what we're looking at. We need a standard notation for Kuhl to make calculations easier. I suggest the interrobang, but I'm open to any other suggestions.
Well,
I love Kuhl theory. It's just so dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. It's just, I give you a hamburger.
But that was just a sample.
I think it should be the
Oh yeah, just a sample.
the interrobang, but instead of one dot at the bottom, like because this is like some huge Kuhl. What the fuck, right? But instead of just one dot at the bottom, it's got the triple asterisms at the bottom.
Ah, yes.
Because this was, hey, the Russian composer critic Cesar Kuhl was a huge fan of the asterism. Instead of writing his names on articles or pieces, QE just wrote an asterism, showing his audiences that the name was withheld. German composer Robert Schumann instructed his publisher to replace all the titles of his work with an asterism, referring... That just sounds like some emo shit, honestly. Well, the asterism was popular in the 19th century for typography and artistic pretension. Yeah, right? It died out, but over time is still programmed into word processors.
And me, I use it.
Astrophanes punctuation. Modern punctuation is so commonplace that most people do not spend too much time thinking about it, except for us loser fucking linguists. Back in ancient times, punctuation... What?
Hey!
You're not a linguist. Are you?
I am! Yes!
I thought you were...
English linguistics.
Oh, I thought you were a literature guy, not a linguistics guy.
No, not literature. I mean, obviously we did literature in the process, but...
Yeah, one would think it would eventually come up.
Yeah.
Around 400 BC, Greek playwright Astrophanes tried to invent marks that would help the reader understand the text. Astrophanes used 3 dots placed at various heights after a sentence. Each dot signified a different length of pause, with the highest dot signifying the longest break, while the middle dot signified the shortest break.
Good for writing speeches, actually. I've seen people that still do that.
I mean, that's not bad. Lacuna marks. There's nothing wrong with that.
Lacuna tomato.
Oh, I haven't forgotten about the tomatoes. The exclamation comma. Hold on! For a moment. In the early 1990s, as the early 1990s came around, various grammatical inventors started working on new punctuation marks to fill perceived holes. Yeah, let me tell you about their perceived holes. One of the first was the exclamation comma invented in 1992 by 3 Americans living in Canada. Well, that says it all, doesn't it?
Well, there's your problem. You're Americans living in Canada. You obviously got bored.
In the sentence, quote, "That velociraptor is so scary, comma, but don't worry, comma, he's not going to eat you," end quote. An exclamation comma could be used after the first clause, showing exclamation for the idea that the velociraptor is scary while allowing the sentence to continue with a different emotional tone.
Okay, no, I can kind of see that. Like, you know, like the tour guide that's, giving a tour of a zoo or something like that to small children. It's not really 2 separate sentences, is it?
Yeah, I guess.
Don't start a sentence with a connective.
Wow. I don't even know why.
What the fuck is this?
It builds up to the point of exclamation in the middle and then comes back down again.
Is this Kuhl theory?
Yeah, this is like the punctuation for crestfallen. I'm excited. Oh no, it fell apart.
I could see that. I genuinely could.
Yeah. I mean, that happens to me all the time. So yeah, why not use a punctuation for it?
If we can use a fucking circumflex above a vowel, right, to denote a sound that, rises and then closes, I don't see why we can't have this.
Oh, come on. My reading's not that bad, Cheshire Smurf. And I will take you up on your suggestion and drink more. As
You
we
did say Astrophanes instead of Aristophanes.
Hey,
You did do that.
it's all Greek to me.
That chat is what's called. That's what's called pitching a slow ball.
Hey, listen. I had my fill of fucking Greek names doing fucking first year philosophy stuff.
Yeah.
If I can remember Anaximander and God, that whole fucking crew of pre-Socratics.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I heard somebody say Socrates the other day. Now that's actually unforgivable.
Well, that's partially a movie reference, so.
Which movie?
Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Adventure.
Maybe they were referencing it. I don't think so, though. As you've seen, modern punctuation sometimes struggles to portray nuance in writing. One of the biggest gaps is the range of possible emotions that fall somewhere between a period and an exclamation point. So it's like mild exclamation. Punctuation inventor Ellen Susan came up with the Erie mark? I guess.
What's that? El-Ray?
El-Ray? Yeah, okay. I'd buy that too. To express normal amounts of excitement or confident optimism. Susan's punctuation was specifically designed for the business world, where business people want to keep up a professional atmosphere while still exuding positivism in writing. The mark would allow them to show a positive outlook about their writing without looking like middle school kids on Facebook, littered with exclamation points. I guess.
So that's kind of a, a half exclamation in a sense then, right? In so much as, I was going over the figures last night and things are looking pretty good. I was going through the figures last night and things were looking really good! That being the difference.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think I just got turned off by the, positive, optimistic, and other corporate speak.
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure to put this on your action item list.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Susan. Ellen, whichever one comes first. No one cares. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Interpunct. I love that name. Well, Astrophanes' punctuation took a while to catch on in the ancient world. His idea of the middle dot eventually became commonplace in the Roman Empire, known as the interpunct.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it as a stand-in for spaces in Old Latin. Is that, but they're talking in the middle of words?
Kind of. Breaking down of figures, because sometimes if you take two figures together, especially in Old Latin, it changes the sound of the consonants, and sometimes you don't want that.
Oh.
For example, I don't know if you know, in French, when we have the word pas, P-A-S, right? It means not.
Right. N'est-ce pas?
If we have a word. Yeah, if we have a word following pas that starts with a vowel, right, the S from pas bleeds over into the next word, yeah? Ne pas ouvrir. If you wanted to prevent that from happening, you would use an interpunct. Ne pas ouvrir versus ne pas ouvrir. Do not open.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
As a
That's my understanding of this function anyway.
line of demarcation.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of said the same thing twice, but whatever. Usage of the interpunct in the ancient era was at best haphazard. Writers sometimes used it between every word in a sentence, and sometimes even in the middle of compound words.
Mm-hmm.
By the time the Roman Empire fell apart, the interpunct was an archaic punctuation mark. However, it still survives in some forms today, like on my tattoo. In mathematics, the interpunct, it's true. I didn't know there was a word for that middle spaced period that is in between all them words. The Catalan language has it as a diacritical mark, even though it morphed into common forms of punctuation for most languages. Hey, Sam, here it is. The irony mark. God bless our mome. Peace to all who enter. I'm sorry, that connecting mark is way too high to be interpreted as anything other than an M.
And you just know that there's a
welcome
fucking... Welcome home, Hom. I don't think that counts as a spoonerism, but I'm going with it anyway.
English vicar John Wilkins stepped up to the challenge in 1668. He proposed using an inverted exclamation point at the end of ironic sentences. Wilkins dabbled in natural philosophy and embraced the idea that the universe could be ordered by complex taxonomies, which influenced his invention of the irony mark. But the invention did not stick. By the time the 19th century came about, various French writers were trying to come up with the irony mark. Most popular was some guy's point d'ironie, a whip-like question mark.
Do we get to see any of those examples?
Yeah, like, I mean, is it here somewhere? Am I missing it?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Which one is ironic?
Well, the latter one, I would have thought.
Are you sure?
Yeah, like I just
Beware
I don't
of
get it.
dogs. God bless our home. Peace to all who enter.
I mean, yeah, it's ironic. Beware of dogs. God bless our home. God bless our mome, if you will. But where's the punctuation mark?
It's in Chinese.
Well, I can't read
I
moon
see.
runes. That sign won't stop me, Polly. I can't read moon runes.
But no one could make an irony mark stick. In the 1960s, the aforementioned Hervé Bazin attempted to get the Greek letter phi, Faisal, used as an irony mark, but the other punctuation marks, this failed to make an impact. It's an incorrect use of the word impact. The quest to invent an irony mark survived in the 21st century. The Dutch Literary Foundation, CPNB, added their mark to the running for... Oh my God, man, guys. The only time we'll tell if it sticks after 400 years of trying to invent this new punctuation, but honestly, it's not looking great so far.
I've got an idea. So you know the symbol for infinity looks like a number 8 turned on its side. Okay, so it's very common when one is being sarcastic, right, to write /s at the end of the post or whatever.
Is it?
Take a little letter S, turn it on its side. There's your irony mark.
It's like a half an infinity. The other half's missing.
Don't we have that as a tilde?
No, the what do you call it? A tilde, if you look at it, is would be an inverted S on its side. I want the bottom half of the infinity symbol, I guess. the opposite side of a tilde.
So how is this sarc mark? Like sarcasm
no,
different than
probably
irony. Sarcasm is verbal irony. I think this is interesting. Anyone who spent any amount of time online is going to be aware that sarcasm is one of the most difficult things to communicate in writing. Countless arguments.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Excuse me. In 2006, to bring his sarc mark to the world, this guy, founded Sarcasm Incorporated. Sachs Company quickly registered the copyright for their new whimsical punctuation mark and started to sell it as a software package for a couple of dollars. Various news agencies quickly picked up on the idea and ran stories highlighting the sarc mark. Despite initial enthusiasm, Sachs faced an uphill battle. For one, internet users already figured out how to denote sarcasm by either using emojis or by adding Reddit popular tag of...
Oh, fuck you, Reddit popular.
/ yeah.
It predates Reddit by like fucking 15 years. Get out of here.
Additionally, many people felt that blatantly showing sarcasm takes away the fun of using sarcasm. Others pointed out that the ability to pick out sarcasm is not a failing in language, but a failing of autism.
Incorrect.
Hmm.
Sarcasm is my second language.
Okay. I just like that he actually owns a company called Sarcasm Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Do
like,
we get to see what the sock mark is?
no.
Can you get a well-paying
Oh.
job with us? Yeah, sure.
Let's see. Mute that. I'm not there. Far. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yep, there it is. That's a sock mark.
Considering that
Holy
it's
fuck.
sarcasm, wouldn't you just call it a sarc?
It seems like the entire setup, from the name of the company to this black and white costume and this pudgy fucker, everything about it is just to be noticed and make a lot of money off of selling stuff.
Yeah.
So
Selling font
just like,
extensions.
why call it a sarc mark? Because there's a little bit of alliteration there. It's part of the marketing of it. It would seem.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck did they do to the trees in this park?
You know,
Chop them
probably
down?
one punctuation mark that I'd like to see make a return is the long S.
Really, why?
I don't know. I think it's cool.
You want everyone to sound like they got lisps again?
No, it's just the same sound as a double S. But rather than writing two S's, we just have one symbol to denote it.
Huh.
You're thinking of the letter thorn, I think.
I thought the long S was the... Yeah. No?
No, long S is just a double S.
Okay, it's...
You know what used to really fuck me up though? Reading through like old transcriptions of the passages from the Bible and seeing like the word assimilate or something like that, and then it would be a S and then a long S.
What the hell's the long
Like-
S look like?
It's, you know how a letter F looks like now.
Holy shit, I swear
Imagine-
we're talking about the same thing, but I mean, I get it. Like a double S, it's like, no, it's like
For
a long
different
S.
uses?
Yeah, like
Let me just pull up a
associations
picture of
or
it.
whatever, whenever you get like two
Yeah, I
S's.
think you guys are talking about the same thing. Like,
Hold on, let me pull
wasn't
up a
that
picture of the
used for
long S.
something else?
Hold on. There you go.
Assimilate.
That's a long S. Mhm.
What? Where? You DM'd it to me?
In your DMs, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it looks like an F.
Yeah, without the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a long S. So it's S rather than Z. It's the difference between gas and as. And it's called a long S because, you know, the symbol is quite literally a long S.
Oh yeah, I get it. I got caught up looking at the serifs.
Are you a big fan of serifs, Polly? Do you prefer serif or are you a sans serif kind of guy?
I wish it's the kind of thing you think you'd just have a straightforward answer about, right?
You'd right,
I-
right. Well, it depends. You know, if I'm writing like party invitations, obviously I'm gonna go with serif.
Oh,
I'm just taking notes in class. I don't care for serifs. It's
Oh my god, no!
Weebo would have an answer like that to that question.
No, I'm a font guy, and some fonts work with serifs and other ones don't.
Mhm.
For straightforward readability, yeah, sans serif definitely, but no, certain like Times New Roman without serifs just looks fucked.
I was literally thinking that exact thing, and I was about to make a joke about it. Oh, Jesus. I kid you not, it was on the tip of my tongue. With the moment that you stopped speaking, I was like, there we go. Yeah, can you imagine Times New Roman without serif? Ugh.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Fuck, this thing's been floating around
these
forever, guys.
Yeah, they have. We should burn them.
Is oregano invasive?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oregano.
What?
Oregano. What the hell?
Oregano.
Yeah. no.
Yeah.
joke.
I hate-
Oh god, I thought that's what you actually called it down there or something. And I was
No,
I was going to
but
react
that's what
like
the British
this.
call it.
Yeah, that's what the British call it.
No way. Did they really?
Yeah. Yeah. I pronounced that oregano for quite a long time until I was mocked ruthlessly by you.
See, that's what we're missing. The beratement punctuation mark.
I think we're missing the understatement mark. Kind of like how I just did now. You know, that kind of before I was mocked viciously by you. It's like I'm not putting anywhere as much vitriol into this statement as I could, or rightly perhaps should. There's my happy place.
Oh,
Cheese.
right. It was good. Right, yeah. This came up again. The cheese. Like, she came up again. The whore.
Oh, back to my happy place.
Speaking of white cheddar.
Oh no, Polly! That's just nasty.
Oh, we gotta look at a house.
yes, we are.
Get away from this individual
This home
that is
wrecker.
saving marriages. One fuck at a time.
Right, yeah. I'm the one saying untoward things. Yeah, sure.
It's what she
maybe-
does.
I just couldn't she? She knew that she was going for a photo shoot. Could she not invest in a push-up bra like a '90s whore?
Oh man, the shape of the sag is very difficult to not notice. Yes.
Yeah. It's like, girl, I'm not a fashion guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I know what works and what doesn't, and this is not working. For you, or your business.
This would be the saddest part of anyone's divorce. This thing was responsible? Oh God.
Oh God, I would. Unironically, I would turn my own birthdays off.
Where's she from again? The Gold Coast?
Yeah, the Gold Coast.
Gold Coast.
Yeah. Originally from the UK. Working in the Gold Coast.
And as I found out last week, there's great hordes of these people traipsing across the lands of the Gold Coast.
But I know
Yeah,
Australia
come
is
to
Australia.
Queensland. They have these things wandering everywhere, apparently.
Well, I know Australia is Australia, but you've really got to stop importing British whores.
Aren't there enough homegrown horrors there far?
Right.
You'd think so, but apparently not. At least not on the Gold Coast.
Well, prostitution is a growth industry.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a super impunction against the import of whores into Australia?
This is the one we're looking at, right?
I think it was one of them.
We found a couple.
Fuck, that's a sad shack.
Yeah.
Oh, right, a different fucking browser. I think this is from last week. I think.
Possibly.
No,
So
I
Far
think
found
that's
a-
the one I found.
Yeah, Far dug out a few, and I.
No,
I
that's
dug
one
out
of
a
the ones
few.
I found today.
Is it? Okay.
Is it?
I found a few
Jeez.
in my search. Not really long ones,
Oh yeah, the Hitler home.
to be honest.
Considering that we are coming up to the Zillow point, I think is a fantastic point in time to just take a quick break to remind you all to gently caress that like button. It does need to be touched. If you're brand new here, don't forget to hit the subscribe button as well, so that you can, stay tuned for when we all go live on Noir Bar, and of course, Polly doing the AAA on Wednesdays. If you're listening in the future and you didn't get a chance to take part in chat, go ahead and leave Polly a comment down below. He gets a notification when those come through. He gets the opportunity to read all of them and respond to most. And don't forget that if you want to make reference to a particular part of the show, as we forget basically everything that happens week to week, include a timestamp, if you'd be so kind. And yeah. Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to be touched like the like button in Streamlabs. Indeed. And speaking of Streamlabs, if you would like to, show your support in a financial sense, you're not under any obligation to do so. But you can, using the links provided in chat, by the Upside Down Harlot, Miss FarZoosme, and also down in the description below. It helps keep the lights on, the candles lit, the fire burning, and those goddamn dastardly cops paid off.
Mm-hmm.
And we appreciate it.
I mean, their kids got to get through college somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Costs more than a couple of clams these days.
Yeah, we're going to go with the Hitler home. But I want to show off this guy first because this is just great.
Yeah, because this is just funny.
Oh.
Yeah. So what we have here is for $25,000, a dead end place, number 2300, 185th place, Northeast Redmond, Washington State. It's 0.35 acres of
Prime real estate.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. Pay no attention to the dead end sign. There's basketball setup of sorts.
Uh-huh.
There's some pavement there. Some more pavement. There's some
trees
pavement
as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
there are trees, and there's a curb. I forgot to mention the curb.
Uh-huh. Oh, what a
Holy shit.
fancy curb.
Oh, that's a conversation piece right there.
Yeah.
There's
No
a
shit.
clear line of delineation between that which is the collection of leaves.
Became leaf matter.
Yeah, dead leaves and shit from years and years hence, and pavement.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can tell just by looking. Here is where we walk, and here is where we do not let our dogs go if we haven't put a tick collar on them lately. Very important piece.
And the
and here's
here.
the silver cover.
yeah, if there ever was a conversation piece, we talked about the pavement. Well, in the middle of the pavement is the manhole cover where the sewer is, and it's clearly marked, so you won't make that mistake. And they didn't import this manhole cover; it was made in the USA.
I prefer to think of this not as a manhole cover, but as a turtle front door. Because the neighbors to this property do in fact live down there. And if you ask them nicely, they will share their pizza with you. But only
Now,
if you're a good
here's
person.
where the gas is at,
Mhm.
and you can see because it says so. It also has handy little pry bar hooks, pry bar hook holes in it, which is nice.
For your convenience.
They thought about you,
And as you-
and it was made in Bingham Taylor. Is that what that says?
Yeah, Bingham and Taylor.
Bingham and Taylor, USA. Thank you, Bingham and Taylor. You do good work.
And I think we can all agree that the previous homeowner, the prior homeowner here, is very, very tastefully decorated with some yellow aerosol paint. These particular numbers, though, these are in blue to provide some contrast. It's an unusual color scheme, but I think it works.
Yeah, and what the unlettered, uncultured individual might think are simply water stains. Well, no, they're concentric circles of aesthetics.
Meant to draw the eye.
Now,
And here's the sewer grate.
yeah, should there be a storm, there is a storm sewer. They got your back.
Yeah, it's
Now,
prime real estate for anyone looking to raise a family.
here's a power cable with a light attached. So, you got 220 running through there. Anything you might want to attach to it, you're good to go. And light.
Yeah.
What
You'll
a
never be in the
lovely
dark.
street light.
Here it is on the map. And this is the full length of it.
This is, in fact, the long and short of it.
This place is baffling. Like it's on sale for 25 grand. What's on like the pavement,
Yeah,
the street? I don't-
Yeah, is it the entire fucking street? Like, we've seen
Private
it
road,
before,
right?
right? Like, we've seen it before on here on Zillow, where they're just selling land, or they're just selling, like, the house is consequential, right? Like, you're gonna tear down the house most likely for the land. There is no house here, though. There is no
But-
structures. It's just road.
Play says, hey, potential gun range. I mean, everything's a potential gun range. And Valine says, you say manhole, but I think Master Splinter would say entryway. Exactly, this is what I'm saying.
Nice. See, so it's just the street. I didn't think you could do that in a place that was zoned for residential, to own the street that has city maintained, tax funded, maintained sewer systems, water mains, street lights, etc. But this is your private property? But it's the fucking street.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? Like, it's just street. There's no house. There's all the, like the gas line, the water line, all that shit
Power takeoff.
that you could connect to a house, but there is no house. What exactly?
This is a developer lot.
So
Periodically, I don't know how common it is over there, but over here, periodically, cities will sell off entire streets, basically at auction, in order to cover shortfalls in their budgeting and all that kind of thing. Basically selling them off to developers to build houses on, to try and turn as much profit as possible. Sometimes they end up having like stipulations in the bill of sale and all that kind of thing. They can be resold. They can absolutely be resold. That might be what this is.
Oh my god, they're trying to sell this as a storage thing.
yeah.
What the fuck?
Enjoy ownership in a road situated near Lake Sammamish.
Sandwich.
Drunk
Sandwich
person
Road.
wanted a sandwich. Just off of Northeast 24th Street, the parcel is a paved road in a lovely neighborhood. There are 4 homes east of the road, which also participate in the ownership. What does that mean? 4 homes that participate in the ownership. Due
So
to the
they pay the
fact that it's over
maintenance
600
costs.
feet long, there is quite a bit not encumbered by driveway access, especially towards the south end. Have you got something you need to store, like a vehicle, RV, or boat? This could be the place. Perhaps you need a small storage building or studio. You might be able to make that work here for yourself, or you could simply own it as an investment. You know the old saying, a rising tide lifts all boats.
Holy shit. How does that expression keep coming up, Holly?
How does that expression make sense here at all? Like,
Well,
buy
the city
this
is just over
road to
there.
raise the value of the 4 homes situated near it? Is that what you're saying? Because fuck
What I'm
them.
guessing. I'm guessing that this is a private road that is owned by the houses that sit upon it.
That's the only thing I could gather from the
Yeah.
participatory ownership that they talk about here. There are 4 homes east of the road which also participate in the ownership.
Okay,
But-
so what you do, you own part of that road, right? You set up a toll booth. Anybody that drives for your portion of road, well, they now
Have to
fucking owe
pay.
you money. Yeah.
Fucking yeah, this is just a really weird listing.
Yeah, you're buying an easement, right, Valine? It's something you can't do anything with. That's what I'm seeing here is a realtor struggling for something to fucking say about it. It's something that came up because of the circumstances of the place that it is for sale, but you can't really do anything to it.
That just says personal drag strip. Yeah. Nah, you buy a disused airfield for that.
I love that somebody took a picture of every single fucking the storm drain, the
The
sewer,
bit of the road.
Yeah, 'cause
The basketball court.
yeah. I'd rather you took
but,
pictures
like-
of the trees, honestly.
No, but figure, right? You've got sewer access, you've got water, you've got electricity, you've got gas takeoff. If you wanted to build something on that, because that basketball court's not actually on the road itself, is it? That's to the side of it.
I mean, it looks like it.
I think
You
this is.
can't really tell.
I think this is the end of the dead end. Is my guess.
It might
Oh, you
be.
reckon? Oh.
Yeah, because it is
Yeah,
a
could
dead
be.
end, right? So, not really anything on that end. Why not?
Oh, could be.
See, Eagle, like you can build a house at the end of the street. It all depends on the zoning. You might not be able to, and because there's participatory ownership. Like, what is it? Like I don't even know what that means. Was that a timeshare? They're asking 25 grand for this. Well, actually, the value of that land and every other fucking thing is. Did these four fuckers get together and say we can sell off, 25% ownership of this? I mean, I need
Could
some
be.
money to remodel my kitchen.
Could be.
I mean, this just screams. Chinaman, are you looking to hide your illegally gotten gains? Don't want to develop a home or have the worry of owning a home? Why not buy a street you can't do anything to?
Do you want to claim off-road parking for your vehicle in order to decrease your insurance premiums? This is a private road. It's not technically considered a road. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did mention the RV parking, and it's like, I mean, I guess you could turn it into RV parking. There is something particularly funny about having these four homes around there, and it's all just motorcycles with fucking tarps on them, giant fucking eyesores for everyone who lives there. Beached fucking boat homes, there you go.
Maybe you are a traveling circus looking for a place to store your Ferris wheel. Put it here.
There's another thing. Yeah, the parking lot fucking amusement parks that pop up. Where do the rides go? To places like this.
You never see them, do you?
No.
You barely ever see them on the roads. And apart from that, you only ever see them up. Never in storage anywhere.
I've never seen.
Where do they go?
I've never seen those rides rocketing down the highway either. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
you
got
see
to
what
get
I'm
from
saying?
place to place somehow, but I've never seen them moving. They must do it under cloak of night.
It's the circus magicians. They just teleport them. They shove them into a top hat. Away they go.
Okay. Hold the fort down. I'll be back in just a second. And
Oh, damn it, I've already done the shill, Polly. What am I going to talk about?
Cules. Cule your shill.
Oh,
What's the second layer of your shill? If I get a chance to read all and respond to most.
Oh, right, okay.
And then I got a hamburger.
So
Yeah.
don't forget to click that like button. It will subscribe to the Ferris wheels inside the top hat. I give you a hamburger. If you'd like to support us financially, I give you a hamburger. Across the street,
Small
Omegon,
child is crying.
as Omegon falls down the stairs.
A child is heard laughing.
Far has been
I give
streaming
you a
lately.
hamburger.
Far has been streaming lately as Omegon falls down the stairs. The concrete rushes up to meet you. There is suddenly blackness. Inside, you find a hamburger. Listening and responding to most, after the stream has done, Polly writes a comment.
I give you a
Far
hamburger.
clicks like. Inside the comment, you find a picture of a hamburger. How great would it be if Polly could actually still hear all of the nonsense we just said? He's on the other side of the room, pouring himself a drink and just laughing at our nonsense. Anyway, Far, what have you been up to lately as regards to your streams?
I played Dragon Fable and introduced people to the world of that,
Mm-hmm.
where it's literally just, hey, you remember being a kid and playing a Flash game? There you go. There you fucking go. It still exists.
Would you say you're breaking new grounds in streaming?
No. Not really.
No. New grounds was a Flash site. Far.
Oh, that's what you meant?
Yeah, that was a pun.
Oh.
Tee hee.
Are you giving
give
me
you
a
a hamburger.
hamburger?
So explain to us a little bit about Dragon Fable. Other than the obvious. This is an adventure game, side scroller. What are we talking?
I don't even know how to fucking explain it. Like, it's one of those weird ones where, like, you play Adventure Quest, it's just that. Just a little bit more
the-
consistent
yeah.
art style.
So side-scrolling, two-dimensional creatures and bosses and monsters and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and half the stuff is locked behind a paywall. Yeah.
There is one other question. So how long is it going to be until you play Cat Quest for the wonderful people?
Oh God, I don't know.
And why do you hate me and the gifts that I give you?
I don't hate you and the gifts you give me.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty damn fucking sure.
Okay, I give you a hamburger.
Okay. Far, thank you for the hamburger. The pickles shift uneasily.
Beneath the bun. Cheshire Smith says, I miss Newgrounds. Club and Baby Seal was quite cathartic.
Oh,
You swing the
damn.
bat.
Seal gives you
Somewhere.
a hamburger.
Somewhere, a child cries. It needs to be touched like the hamburger. String that.
The universe undoes itself, then reappears a second later. Everything is shifted slightly to the left. I give you a hamburger.
A small cathedral in Arizona ceases to exist. It was in Arizona as well, if you remember.
It was.
Ossan says I'm not on the
reappears.
correct. Sorry, go ahead.
It suddenly reappears in Virginia
Ossan
before
says
shattering into a million pieces.
I am not on the right. I am not on the correct drugs for this. Lenny Face. Wait, that's not Lenny Face, is it? Oh no, it is.
No, that
My
is
bad.
Lenny. That is Lenny face.
Are you guys
Lenny
still
gives you a
juuling?
hamburger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We just did an entire bit with actual information hidden in the hidden in the folds of our what'd you call it?
Shared insanity.
Yeah, the fractal manifold of our universe, as
Uh,
LaForge would say.
Simultaneous mental break.
Why didn't nobody mention
I
that
think-
chat wasn't up to me? What the hell?
They did in chat.
That gives you a hamburger.
All right. Well,
I even managed to squeeze Omegon and Cattington into the Queel.
nice.
Mhm.
Not easily done. That should be the sound of every layer of Kuel that you go up. The inception noise. It seems appropriate.
It does.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, do you have a hamburger? Oh, you shot me!
What's the next layer?
Oh.
If there's one thing I knew for sure, is that every single fucker that worked for him was better off having the concrete rushing up to meet him. Splat.
All right, let me grab the large display capture here so we can see.
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him.
Wow.
They were all gonna be better off dead.
You see? Reality folded in upon itself.
It did.
I saw the donation before it came.
Feline gave you a hamburger.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Kimberly, thank you for the $9. I'm so sorry about that movie explanation earlier today. You would notice the multiple comic references that are from the 80s and 90s, almost like you had a comic show. Yeah. Yeah. One would think. Sorry, it was a survivable experience. Just. You know, something I've noticed.
The comic was about hamburgers. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
No, I'm just thinking, was there ever a comic about hamburgers? Like, I mean, I'm sure Burger King came out with one, but they don't count. Like, you know what I mean? Like a little 5-page flyer that was about, like, you know,
Yeah, buy our Happy Meal, bitch,
yeah,
or whatever the
Captain
Burger
Double
King equivalent
Patty,
is.
whatever the fuck, like, you know.
I was gonna say I'm trying to run down through the list of like heroes, X-Men, etc. in my mind of like, is there one of them that was particularly obsessed with hamburgers?
Right, like
Like,
TMNT
Deadpool
and
to a
pizza,
degree,
that
but-
kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What did the biker mice from Mars eat?
The biker Mars from Mice. That,
The biker mice from Mars.
yeah, them.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like asking me about preteen dirty jean kung fu kangaroos. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. They're in the same sort of league as TMNT, or at least they were in the 90s.
Well, 80s. Yeah, there was this whole like spate after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out that people did like knockoffs with like 4 name alliterative type titles: preteen dirty jean kung fu kangaroos, radioactive black belt hamsters, etc.
Super.
The fuck?
Yeah, Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
Yeah.
Okay, that one I kind of know.
Yeah. Yes, Polly, that's a real thing. I didn't make that up. It's just as disappointing as you think it is.
I wish people
Is it
wouldn't
the
say
cartoon?
pundit when they mean pundit.
Dude,
I hear
Tenant
ya.
and Tenet, that's me.
I hear you. Like both yeah. For me it's bias and biased.
Mhm.
And also just people don't seem to understand what that word means.
Drown and Drowned is another one. He attempted to drown himself. What?
I'm fine with people get up on hung and hanged. I think you're one of those people, aren't you?
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, that's purely because it's a tense thing and, second language, right?
Phantom Fro, thank you for the $10. Have any of you ever seen the Kmart TV ad about shipping pants?
Ship your pants today.
Shipping pants? Like what? Like drop shipping pants around the world?
Or are these pants that ship things? Big pockets. Cargo pants.
Like I'm aware that Kmart is still a thing in Australia.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, like in a big way. So is the Woolworths?
Yeah, Woolies.
Yeah, Woolies. That's grocery store though.
Either way, what's Kmart? Kmart's like it's Walmart, right?
Kmart's about the same. No, Kmart's the same.
Food.
No, not as well. I mean, it's the same as yours. Like it's just general.
All right.
You don't really get food there.
So this Kmart TV ad about shipping pants. No,
No, I don't know.
I have no idea. I can't ever recall ever actually seeing a Kmart except on YouTube. I just ship my pants. Did I just walk into like a bad pun and not even realize it and totally straight man my way through it like an asshole?
Yeah,
Nice.
ship your pants today. That's kind of what I was going for.
So I just kind of weeboed that joke then.
A little bit.
Nice. Nice. So anyway, Hitler.
Indeed.
Yeah.
He had some questions. Amongst them, my favorite.
Yeah, Judenfrage.
I'll ask the questions, Polly.
Right. Phantom Fro's like, I hope they watched the vid. No, I don't think he was talking about shitting pants. Yeah, it's been that kind of week, huh? All right.
Yeah, it really has. Sorry, I was my brain needed to clear out its RAM. Don't worry about it.
I've had
Needed
this
to
line
empty
from
my
this,
fucking cache.
I've had this line from this movie stuck in my head, and I don't know what movie it's from. I've forgotten what movie it's from, but it's been making me giggle, and it's not like all week, and it's kind of like the lack of sleep that I've been getting and the overwork that I've been doing and the medication difficulties. This guy's kind of fucking rambling through a discussion. He's like, so I ran into this guy I haven't seen in years. He's done pretty well for himself. He has a company that makes computers, or a computer that makes companies. I can't remember which. Anyway.
That sounds like you talking to your PA, Polly. I'm not going to lie.
Say what?
That sounds exactly like you talking to your PA. I'm not going to lie. So, I was talking to this guy I've known for a while now. Not spoken to him for a few years, but he runs a company that makes computers, or a computer that builds company. I don't remember which. Anyway, I'm going to need you to run down to the store and get me, like, turkey sub and... okay, bye.
Remember, no mayo. I really need a personal assistant. You know what I think would be the best part of having a personal assistant? If they could also double as or subcontract a personal shopper for you. And let me tell you why. What?
You just want a full household staff.
Well, within reason.
would that be preferable to your fucking lordship?
It's not about doing things just to do them. It's like, I'm not like Scott Storch here, where I need a fucking full-time blunt roller. Yeah, he actually had a full-time blunt roller.
For real?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
bro, I'm not that good at rolling blunts, but I could become that good.
Yeah, it explains why he went bankrupt. In part, it explains. Like, he had like an entire kitchen staff that was on, like, that lived there. They were 24 hours. And I like the idea of a personal chef. Hell yeah. 4 o'clock in the morning, make me something tasty, make it fat free. Let's go. Come on, chop, chop.
Literally.
Yeah. I think it'd be a fucking great thing. To have someone like the idea of personal shopping is have someone go do your shopping for you. I mean, it is in part. It's like, okay, look, I need a suit, and you do your best to describe it. They have your measurements. They go out and purchase, like on credit, 5 suits, and then come to you with them, and then you try them on and say this one or none of these, and then they return them, the ones you don't keep, and that's their fucking job. That's slick. I'm not one of those people that gets off on fucking shopping. Like, oh my God, I get to like walk around and look at stuff all day. I don't want to do that. I want you to come to me with the available options, and for me, no. What the fuck, were you drunk? Look at this. I'm not putting this on. Like it.
You want Amazon, but to be able to try stuff on.
Yeah. Just not full of the Chinesium crap that Amazon is. It's a...
Oh, well, have you tried buying a suit these days? Jesus.
Yeah.
It's awful, isn't it?
A highly curated set of stuff that's coming to you because you've already specified that you want to see it. And then they've gone out and gotten it. And then bring you the things. Personal shoppers it's kind of fucking cool, man.
It's one of those things, like, it's not just it really isn't something that just anyone can do. No, you need to know where to go to look for X, Y, and Z within given price ranges and so on and so forth. You know? Yeah. It's one of those things you actually kind of do have to have connections. You do actually kind of have to network. Not just anybody can walk into a clothier's and pick up the correct fucking suit. It's not as simple as that.
Yeah. And you would have to have like a pretty wide fucking knowledge of men's fashion, women's fashion, different ages, and so on, right?
Yeah.
Like
the specialists in each individual thing would charge wild amounts of money for the individual thing that they do. This is somebody that has to be affordable, and also have a breadth of knowledge in all of these things. Absolutely.
Can you imagine having the specific knowledge of what cut of fur is most often used to make a muff?
And not be an actual fashion designer myself, no.
Do you know what a muff is, Far?
No.
It's them fur tubes that you stick your hands in, the hand warmer.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking
it's also
about?
A British slang term for a lady's genitalia.
Yes, Sam, it is. Jesus Christ.
I'm just trying to provide Far with a wholesome definition.
Did you mean?
That's wholesome.
I think you meant fulsome, but okay.
Yeah, but then I couldn't make a joke about holes.
What did we say about tomatoes earlier? You're making Far uncomfortable. Far doesn't like tomatoes because they remind her of butts and cleavage. So, you know.
That's what?
That's my takeaway.
What?
I don't think that's it. Far has an absolutely filthy mind, Polly, and greatly enjoys her own sense of humor. So I don't think that's it.
Yeah, but crazy people enjoy their own sense of humor. That's no kind of standard. I'll giggle myself stupid as shit, I say. Yes. Gamervaline, thank you very I'm feeling rushed. Gamervaline, thank you very much for the $7. Sorry, I had to let the pupperoo outside. I don't remember food and comics beyond pizza and TMNT and chimichangas and Deadpool. Oh, right, yeah. The chimichanga things. Thank you, Rob Liefeld. Chimichangas are pretty good. Yeah. I think he just picked his favorite microwavable snack, like Rob Liefeld did. I like chimichangas. Probably. I like the ones that come with the extra sauce.
Like Venom and tater tots, you know.
What? Venom and tater tots?
Yeah.
Wasn't his thing more like, you know, murder?
And tater tots.
And tater tots.
After which he would enjoy tater tots.
Yes.
I don't...
You haven't seen the Venom movies, have you?
Tater tots. I mean, I don't mind them, but French fries, home fries, steak fries, all the options in that way, hash browns are all...
Potato cake.
Yeah, are all better options in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like somebody took... shredded or diced hash browns and well, shat them out.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much what it is.
Oh, yeah. Packed together into a tube and then pinched off. I prefer sloppy tacos. I see what he did.
Isn't that a type of fish?
Well, the Lenny face kind of gives it away. Yeah, it's fishy, all right.
Oh, sloppy. I thought you said silapi. I was like, isn't that a type of fish?
Overcooked tater tots are way better than properly cooked.
Agreed.
Hold on, I'm just thinking about that.
Burn the fuck out of them.
Crunchy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you want like, okay, soft and mashed potato wing on the inside, but a definite crust to it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Crustier the better. Because then you can load them up with all kinds of fucking ketchup. If you try and put ketchup on tater tots, like regular tater tots, cooked the way they're quote unquote supposed to be made, if you leave them too long in the ketchup, they go soggy, and that's not very nice. But if you overcook the fuck out of them, or deep fry them properly,
make them crunchy.
Yeah, then they don't go soggy. Fries are still superior, obviously, but
I love a good white girl taco, aka ground beef instead of K masada.
What?
Oh, that's carne asada.
Oh, right.
I'm like looking down at that monitor on an angle. It looked like an M. Now the mom was definitely an
M. Welcome, mom. Was still good.
Burger King's tater crowns are better than tots. You know who's got the worst? The fucking Hardee's, the stars. Those things are balls, man.
No, I think I can top that. You know the little 3x3 frozen potato waffle type fucking things that are actually just bitty tater tots in the shape of a waffle? Those are the fucking worst.
You don't like those? The little hash mark?
I fucking hate them.
Tater things?
These ones have got holes all the way through. In the grid. in the little 3x3 grid. They're only like an inch and a half across. You know the ones I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate them. I can't stand them.
Is it just the look of them?
It's the look, it's the mouth feel, the fucking everything. I do not like them. I swear to God, they use the cheapest shit ass potato that they can find to turn into those. They turn
I think
it into
he's
a fucking,
turning the pound
into
sign
white
into
goo.
a flavor.
Yeah, put a box
Waffle
around the
fries,
pound
is it?
sign.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
hold on. Let me find them.
Waffle fries. Yeah. I'm a little surprised that waffle fries are, I mean, they're not my favorite. I prefer steak fries personally, or peak, but they're not
when
bad.
you say waffle fries, you mean the ones that are slightly rounded. There's no like border around the outside.
Yeah,
as it
they're
were.
they're round and then they're cross cut one way and then cross cut the other way.
No, those are fine. I've had those. I actually like them. You know the spice that they put on curly fries.
Mm-hmm.
I like my waffle fries done in that. I like them like that. It's a British thing. It's awful. Hold on.
Cheshire Smurf, thank you for the buck. Hunked on. Jesus. Okay, now I get it. Hunked on phonics worked for me. Did it? Like, the results speak for themselves. Holy shit.
There you go. This is a 2x2 example of what I'm talking about.
Fried mac and cheese bites are pretty good. Yeah, they are. They seem almost like a Japanese almost. Remember those McDonald's things we were going over far where the patties have like all this gooey awesome cheesiness on the inside of them?
Mini potato and carrot waffles. What the fuck is this?
This is what I'm talking about. And this is a 2x2 variety. Have you ever had the potato smiley faces?
Oh yeah. That was a childhood steak.
Yeah, they've kind of got like the same kind of like greasy outside feel as that, but the potato inside is even worse, if you can believe it.
Oh yeah, this is not what I thought you meant. Wow, this is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, like, I mean,
It's not.
I remember
good.
liking the potato faces, but I was also like a toddler, so I don't think that's quite
Again,
reliable.
deep fry the fuck out of.
Here, this is what Sam's talking about, chat.
Yeah.
Mini potato
Deep fry
and
the
carrot
fuck-
waffles.
I mean, the ones I'm talking about specifically don't have carrot in them, but I guess they put carrot in them as well because they really hate children and want them to cry.
Is the top one, like the corner, dipped in white chocolate? What's going on there?
Is it like
Mayonnaise?
well, there's a dip to the side? Yeah, mayo. Maybe?
Oh, I mean, this is Asda, and they're owned by Walmart in the UK, so presumably, yeah, that's English mayonnaise.
Pure
Just to
battered
say, it
fries
has
are pretty
zero
good, too.
flavor.
Yeah, coated fries. I mean, the seasoning that they put on curly fries is like not just
Mhm.
a powdered seasoning; it's a coating. And yeah, man, battered fries are kind of fucking awesome when done well.
Polly, have you ever had like English chip shop style battered sausage?
I don't think so.
No.
I had a
I feel
couple of
like
grease sticks when I was in Scotland, but they claimed it was sausage. But
Your claimed sausage rolls that just sound horrific.
oh man, that sausage. Yeah, I didn't. It's sad. I was in the land of munchie boxes, and all I got was like battered grease sticks.
Yeah, we really need to sort that the fuck out because that whatever the fuck you had there, that does not sound right.
It wasn't all right.
Like I'm not even like the biggest fan of sausage rolls, right? But that just sounds
I am.
atrocious.
I am. It's one of the few good pastries to ever come out of the UK.
Oh, Gamerfling's got a point. Jewish potato pancakes, latkes, yeah, they are good. Were made well.
I like latkes.
Yeah, pan-fried goodness, man. There's your outer crusty layer while being tender mashed potatoey on the inside farm. Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam.
The Jews do have some culinary contributions, yes?
I will give you a choice.
Mhm.
You can either hear the origami story or the cake story.
Could you fold the origami story into the cake story?
Okay, you know what? That was kind of impressive. Fold in the cake batter, fold the
I know,
paper.
right? It works. It works right across
Yeah,
the
it
board.
was
It's genius.
bidirectionally working. That was good.
Mhm.
I'm also extremely tired,
Okay.
so I don't know. But Maybe it was terrible. I have no idea.
Well, I know Far has an appreciation for Japanese things. And so do we, in different senses, you know. Our hentai collections are much smaller than Far's.
Well, the origami, I can actually tell both, because the origami short is... the origami story is quite short. It was an example of... I was talking about... Okay, buckle up, motherfuckers. Sexism and misogyny incoming. Get ready. This is about the time that Far usually asks me, are you sure you guys like women?
It's a valid question.
Yeah, I folded up my dating resume provided to me by Far into a little paper swan.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mhm.
You're welcome.
I
printed it out, by the way, Far.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Is it hanging on your fridge?
No, it's not. It's on my freezer. My fridge is occupied.
So,
Anyway, Polly,
Yeah.
origami.
I was talking to
I
one of
want
my
a picture.
I was talking to one of my friends. He's like, "Whatever happened to so and so?" That was this girl that I used to see. I said, "Things didn't work out." He's like, "Why is that? Like, how didn't it work out?" And I'm like, "Okay. See, here's the one of the differences I've noticed between men and women. Men, it's very easy for us to, for the most part, get hobbies. We don't even think of them as hobbies. It's just stuff we do. We can organize our free time pretty well. It's not really hard. It's not a challenge. It's just, again, we don't even think of them as hobbies per se. You can ask a guy, what hobbies do you have? And it's like, none. I think, okay, what about like this? Oh, yeah, I guess. They just don't think of it that way. Where, women get together in social groups and do their hobbies. And so really it's about the social aspect, not the fucking thing.
Not the thing.
Yeah. That's why when women get together to knit, they call it stitch and bitch. It's really about the bitch, not the stitch.
Mm-hmm.
So, the problem with her, among other things, is that she had 3 things in her life, 3 hobbies: weed, Netflix, and me. Never be a girl's hobby. I learned that.
Yeah.
Like a time filler, because they don't have anything else to do. One of the most telling comics that I ever fucking read, it just stuck with me, was actually Valine was the one who she posted over in Eve's channel. The older woman talking to the young girl. This is one of your jobs as a woman is to find a man who's enjoying himself and put a stop to that nonsense. Because it really fucking feels that way sometimes. It's like they're not doing anything, like bothersome. That girl I was talking about, where her hobbies were like weed, Netflix, and me. I got these papers to grade. I really, I need to work. Well, can't you come over and like do your work here? Now that sounds nice. It sounds like a sweet offer, right? No, there's nothing sweet about it. It's as sweet as that fucking Chicagoan liqueur. But when I had been there for about 20 minutes, it's, are you finished yet? How much longer till you gonna be done? And it's like, so when you said come over here and do your work, what you really meant was like, come over here so I've got something to harass. And it really did turn out like that with her. So what is the fucking origami story? Security envelopes that you'll get mail in, they do not have the window. And if the little window on the side for your address or whatever, and if they do, they've got the piece of paper that's like folded over it, so you can't hold it up to the light or whatever. They've got the security printing on the inside, and then that folded piece of paper over the document itself. I had gotten one of those letters, and the folded piece of paper was put in basically upside down. So I had to, to get the letter out, pull out that piece of paper. Very simple, thick piece of paper that's a square, as opposed to like an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. The direct square. Most of the origami that you're going to fold, well, you do it out of squares, not rectangles. So anyway, that paper was just sitting there on the table. I looked at it, I thought, hey, I wonder if I remember how to do that basic box design, one of the simple 101 basic origami shapes that you learn how to make. Because if you know how to make that box, you know how to make the crane, you know how to make the swan, you know how to make the 3/4 of the folds are the same to get it started. So that's why you learn that box. I'm like, fuck, it's been years since I've done that. I wonder if I remember how. Let me grab the square of paper. So here I am folding for maybe about 5 minutes. She walks in the room and I'm going to quote her here. "What the fuck are you doing?" And I turned and looked at her and I said,
Origami?
well, I wasn't about to bring foreign languages into it. I said, "I'm folding this piece of paper." And she goes, "Why?" See, this is it's so emblematic of the way that she was. It is walking into a room like with a chip on your shoulder, with belligerency, looking for a fucking problem. Like I could have been, if I was staring straight ahead, the question would have been the same. What are you doing? Staring at the wall? It really didn't matter what I was doing. She walked in the room looking to raise hell. And I was there doing that. For the next 2 days, it kept coming up. I think I'm going to head home. We got some origami to do.
What the fuck is her problem?
A lack of things to fill her time.
Yeah.
There's someone in desperate need of like a video game they love. They can grind out for
Paper
hours.
to fold. She needed some origami in her life, Polly. That's what it was.
Let me show you how to make a paper heart, because I know your real one isn't functioning.
Oh.
Then you can tear it in two like you did mine.
There are hobby social groups. Yeah. Book clubs. Gun clubs.
Canoeing clubs.
Yeah, I assume people.
Golf clubs.
But yeah, there's not many people that go golf alone, right? You can do 9 or 18 holes. You're going with somebody, usually a group of 4 or 2, right?
Right, yeah, because no one will believe you on that hole in one, you know, if nobody else saw it.
I'm proud to say my husband has actually asked me to bag me more.
Is that supposed to be nag?
Yeah, that would make it make sense.
I'm lost. I'm
Yeah,
a little lost there, Frankie.
Nag. There
Yep,
we go.
nag.
Nice. Okay.
There we go.
Could you nag me more? Yeah, I guess that was a form of nagging, but it the way that I can't ever remember once sitting there, Sam, and being like, "I'm bored. I wonder what so-and-so's up to. I'm going to go put a stop to whatever it is they're doing." Like that, they will be my entertainment. My interaction with them will be my entertainment.
I'm going to go bug that person.
Yeah. It's never occurred to me once. I wonder what they're doing. I better go put a stop to it, whatever it is. I mean, when you feel like a truly small person, like an incredibly petty person, just whiling away your time till you're in the grave, when that's what you're going to do, fuck. Pick up painting. You know, clay
Right.
work. Fucking anything.
Like
Kitchen
Hitler.
Yeah.
Oh,
To
God.
bring it back around.
Yeah, literally worse than Hitler.
That's just abusive. Yeah, that's a fair description of it. And if I were a smacker, I'd be at fault. I'm kidding. That's not a good response. You know, it is a good response. What's wrong with you? And it turned into a whole argument, and it did, actually. But I got to hear about it for the next several days. Now, the cake story.
On a lighter
There's
note.
layers.
Okay. So this girl I was seeing, this is the Shemininin girl. If you know the Seleniman story.
Yeah.
The Shamison story. Love it.
She liked to cook. She liked to bake. Baking's always been a mystery to me. Yeah. I can cook, but baking, I kind of always did. Yeah. Anyway, she's making a cake. She's got that huge bowl. You know how when you're mixing a batter and you're doing like angel food, so you want to get as much air in there as possible, doing the heavy duty whisk, you kind of like headlock the bowl. If you know what I mean, you hold it like in the crook of your arm, you know, and then you get at it, right? You can really get in there.
You beat the devil out of it.
Yeah. Okay, that's what she's doing. And, you know, the accompanying, because it's a big old metal bowl. And so, you know, the scraping noise is pretty loud. So I walk in to the kitchen. And out of just whimsy, man, I didn't have a plan or a plot or a ploy or anything of the sort. It just occurred to me in the moment. I walk up behind her, step, and I come within, like, you know, oh man, a couple of inches of her ear, and I lean over. It's like, nice cake. She lost her mind. She screamed, and the bowl went in one direction, the spatula went in the other, and batter went fucking everywhere. Now, I went, like, I thought, holy shit. And I went, ah! And I ran from the room with, like, my arms wailing, like, flapping around in the air like fucking Kermit the Frog. Laughing my ass off. Like, holy shit, I can't believe that. There was...
I can picture it. I can see it.
Right?
But what else do you do in that situation? You're going to stay and observe the damage? No, get the fuck out of there.
She kept saying, I thought a demon was, you know, coming to get me. He's like, what was with that voice? Nice cake. Why would anyone say that? What's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. I was complimenting your baking.
What do you mean, what's wrong with me? I ran from the room cackling with my arms in the air like Kermit the Frog. What do you think's wrong with me? I'm a creature of whimsy.
It was, I'm all doing like a month later, still finding spots of dried batter here and there. It was everywhere. There was... The scream she let out, it was legitimate soul-freezing terror.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? That's the thing, isn't it? The screams you hear in a movie or whatever, those are not real screams. That's not real fear.
She didn't even mean to throw anything. It was more like, you know, throwing her arms like, ah! You know, like, and that's what caused the fucking spatula to go in the bowl to go.
Oh, God.
Yeah, good times. Good
Nice
times.
cake.
Yeah. Nice cake.
Better than that.
Yeah. See, I had suggested to her, I said, well, I didn't use that voice to, like, the utmost. What I think would be funny, is what I'm telling her, is I want to play this prank on you, where I hide under your bed. And
Okay, good start.
Yeah. I go to a party store and get one of, like, the rubber monster hands, you know, that are, like, that you wear to come out of your cloak or whatever, so you have monster hands when you're dressed up, like, with claws and they're green and shit like that. So go to a party store, get a monster hand, and hide under your bed. You're coming here, you're going to bed. And when you walk up to, you know, you sit down on the edge of the bed, or you walk up to get into bed, I'll just reach out and grab you by the fucking ankle with a, come here, you know, that demon voice.
Holy shit, holy shit.
And she's like just looking at me with this increasing, you know, concern and worry. And she's like, prank? You call it a fucking prank? I'm like, yeah. I think that's pretty funny. Funny. Let me just be clear. If you ever do that, we will not speak. Ever. What she said, we will not speak.
That is not simply a prank. That is a full-on escapade.
Yeah.
That's
The only thing I
fucking
knew for sure was
psychological
this.
warfare.
Every single bitch it worked for. They were all gonna be better off dead.
That's probably what she would have thought of me had I done that. Just fires right into her own bed. Good thing she'd known a guy.
She would have conjured one from the ether to ice you. Like a cake.
Kimberly, thank you for the $9. I ignore my boyfriend and game until he says something weird for Discord to hear, like demanding me to buy aluminum foil at 6 a.m.
Oh God, I remember that.
I know Sam was there for that one. He made
yes, I was.
he made jokes about me freebasing.
I did do that.
It's kind of telling that Sam knows the various ways to freebase, but yeah, hey.
I attended drug addiction resistance education, Polly.
I mean, I technically can make a pipe out of an apple and a pen, but you know, hey, I'm not saying you should do it.
I have a pen. I have an apple.
Do you
I'd
have
give you a
crack?
hamburger.
I do not.
Oh.
Apart from those in my psyche, but you know, let's not talk about those.
God, let's get rid of these fucking potato carrot waffles.
They're awful, aren't they?
Yeah. Okay. The Hitler home.
Okay.
It really has nothing to do with Hitler. But
No.
It really doesn't.
No, nothing at all.
It's just I think it was Polly that said, "Oh yeah, this is like one of Hitler's paintings."
Yeah,
That's it.
It looks very much like one
That's
of
the
Hitler's
entire-
paintings. You guys will see in
entire-
a second here. We are going.
Association. It's just looks like one of Hitler's paintings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. little lags back there.
What?
Sorry, I got a little lags back there.
For $1,195,000, 999 Portola Drive in San Francisco, California can be yours.
Yeah.
It features
It
3
is a
beds,
Hitler home.
2 baths, and a whopping 1,474 square feet of residential space for a single family built in 1930. Let's take a look at this wonder. This
Hitler home.
Hitlerian wonder.
999. I
Oh,
didn't even think of that.
there we go. So if you've ever seen one of Hitler's paintings, yeah, it kind of vaguely resembles this. Looks more like a draftsman's work than an artistic endeavor.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to be able to embiggenate that. Sort of. Not really. Oh, man, that's really gay.
Damn it, Zillow.
I know.
Realtor.com is better than you. Much better.
I mean, you can see the whole screen, right? So you see what it's doing. Like, it's embiggenating everything around it except for the picture in the middle. It's like, this is the exact opposite of what I want. Control plus fail. Okay. Gotta work around.
But they include this as this is the actual firstmost picture, not an actual photograph of the property from the front. No.
No, why would you need
that?
that?
Would be too much like, right? Somebody painted our house. Isn't that cute?
Okay, technically there is one vanishing point here, but your use of it is like, it's cockeyed.
Yeah.
Look at the angle of the driveway and everything, and it's like, oh, what are you complaining about? It's a drawing. Star MLS, okay.
Each step has its own little mat.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Oh, I thought that was okay. I thought that was part of the stone, that it was embedded. Those are just rubber mats, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, presumably it gets slippery though when wet.
Holy shit. 1,400 square feet, 1.1 million.
Yeah.
San Francisco, man.
Nearly $1,000 per square foot.
How is this a Hitler house? I thought he failed out of art school. No, he did. It's just Hitler's art. If you ever get a look at his paintings, it looks like something a draftsman did, where there's, like this. It looks drawn for its structure rather than any kind of like artistic appreciation. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Very German.
Very. This is one of those homes that's on those lists where you can't do anything to it because of its historic value. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's why they're showing this kind of shit off.
Yeah.
You see this plate above our doorknob? The doorknob and the plate are both vintage, as are the screws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that cartouche, that's a push plate. Don't put your hand on the painted wood. No. Touch this thing.
I mean, it's pretty intricate. Looks vaguely Masonic. I guess.
Mhm.
Guy's got big old pointy ears. I don't know what to
I'm
make of
getting
it.
I'm getting an almost, Yggdrasil kind of vibe again.
A what?
Yggdrasil, the Norse tree of life
Ah.
that Odin hangs himself from.
The one in the center of last week's. Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Spot the thing.
No, you fucking kidding. Quite medieval, isn't it?
Yes. Well, there's a lot to grab one's attention here. First of all, I like the jailer's key ring by the door there.
Mhm.
And that is one impressive fucking tassel you've got hanging from that doorknob. Look at the size of that fucking thing.
Oh god, you could beat someone to death with that.
Yeah. You could. I have never seen a lethal tassel before, but that is one.
That's the title of my next
Maybe
album.
that's the purpose of it. It's intruders. I will beat you to death with this tassel.
Right. I mean, I guess you're in San Francisco. It's not like you can get a gun.
Yeah, instead of guns, they just give out tassels. Assault tassel.
Assault tassel and defensive muff. Watch out.
It's kind of ironic,
An
really, when you
assault
consider they put a little halberd on that statue over there.
Is that the way that Albert, they're supposed to be pointed out, aren't they?
Usually, yes.
So, they're in San Francisco, so they're extra gay about it, and they've got it pointed at a safe angle. The weapon.
Mm-hmm.
With the comically half-sized man. Hey.
Hobbit warrior.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous homunculus you got there, buddy. Oh! I see you went simple for this room. Last one was a little too
That is
complicated.
certainly a word.
Oh, look, a chair that you can't sit in because it's actually a picture.
You don't think you can sit in there?
Well,
I don't
maybe.
think you're supposed to.
No, it's a conversation piece. Again.
Yeah.
This whole house is just a conversation piece. The house.
These people don't have any hobbies, do they?
The house is their hobby.
Right? We got 1,400 square feet to fill. And my God, they've tried to fill every square foot of it, let me tell you.
Mm.
I mean, my eyes are just dancing around at everything. Look at all them fucking oversized goblets on the table.
Yeah, it is really hard to just pick a spot to look.
You know what's... All right, I got one for you. What's missing from this photo?
Anything modern?
No, they got lamps.
Okay, fair enough. They have lamps.
You're on the right track, man.
Ceiling lights?
There is that, yeah. But this is a front room, right?
Yeah.
Where's the fucking TV?
They didn't have TV in medieval times.
They didn't have
Is
electric
that
lamps
really
in
what
medieval
you're
times.
asking? Are you sure this isn't just the sitting room? No TVs allowed?
Ah, yes, let us go in the room and sit.
And talk. Look, they have goblets on the fucking table, Sam.
Oh, they
Yeah,
don't
wine,
use
women,
those.
song into the late hours of the morn.
Really? Wine and women in San Francisco?
Men, and more men.
Manly men.
Fuck. Adjusting the size of this fucking window, and it's never big. Okay. Got one of them novelty goblets. It's got the two little dragons on it over here to the far left.
Oh, yeah, fucking hell.
Because dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I remember seeing that fleur-de-lis 4-pillow pack. I knew I was going to regret not getting it, and now I do. The anterior
From
angle.
another angle.
More swords.
The average person would have had all the swords pointing in the same direction, but not our San Francisco buddy.
I'm trying to work
Plus
out
the
the
style
larger,
at the time.
the larger of the two swords on the left-hand side. I'm trying to work out if that is actually an S-stock or not.
It's a what?
S-stock. It's a large thrusting sword.
Okay.
Larger than your average rapier.
I wouldn't. I mean, I might be invited over to this person's house, but I wouldn't be invited back.
Well, you'd make a point of not being, right? I would.
I just think I would crack a joke that they wouldn't appreciate at some point.
I'd be kneeling on that long sofa there, all over the elderly's cushions. Just be, mucking about with the swords. Just being like, oh my god, is that real? I would! I'd be fucking about with the swords. I'd be interested. Look at the breadth of the crossguard on the long one on the left there compared to the handle. That's huge.
It do be big.
You guys could play like medieval Clue here. Really? Yeah, sure. They killed the vicar with the broadsword in the fag room. And then I wouldn't be allowed back.
But we don't even have a smoking room.
I find it funny that they've kept these couches. Is because they think they look old timey, because they do in the sense of like the 1970s. That's a very long couch. I will give them that.
Alex says, I have to admit, I like components of this room. The couches, though, no. No, I'm with you. There are elements I do appreciate. The escutcheons along the wall are a bit much, but I could live with it.
What, the heraldry along the top?
Yeah, heraldic shield fucking things, yeah.
Reminds me of the school for wayward English children that do magic, the Harry Potter thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hogwarts?
Yeah, a little bit.
But all of them, right? Like, aren't there like... No, Hogwarts is the overall school, and then there's like the different...
The 4 houses, yeah.
The houses, okay. Yeah, they got giant fucking banners hanging up in my local hobby shop. For...
Of course they do.
That.
Are they still hanging?
What do you mean?
They haven't taken them down? They haven't gone, yeah, fuck J.K. Rowling?
Oh. No, but I mean, yeah, they're still up, so. I don't think anybody thought that fucking far.
No,
I mean,
we'll have a...
places mostly, like any local hobby shop, 30-40% of the floor space is dedicated strictly to 40K because Warhammer, for fuck's sake,
It's one of the whole fuck J.K. Rowling thing is like, that is predominantly online. It really is.
Oh, no, it is. Just, sometimes it does bleed over. Just question, that's all.
Yeah.
Excuse me. My God. Yeah, 40K people aren't exactly known for following the local woke trend,
This is nice.
Yeah, the cobalt blue really catches the eye. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like this isn't terrible. It's just okay.
It's all a bit much. That's all really.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, this is the homunculus man with the sideways facing halberd over here. I didn't realize that the room was all blue and shit.
Yeah, they've definitely turned his weapon as well. The axe head is absolutely supposed to be full facing on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's clearly rounded right off. It's not, But I'm curious what this big old wood thing is in the back.
Wine rack?
A what?
Fancy wine rack?
Is that what that is?
Confessional booth?
Right, right. Yeah, it kind of does look like one. That came to mind, but it's got the drawers in the bottom. It doesn't seem to have any great depth to it. It's like, was that like a medieval thing? Like you hang your weaponry in there? I don't know.
It probably is just a wine rack or something.
Not unheard of to have a weapons rack in a manor.
I mean,
It
I've got
would
a
be,
weapons
you know-
rack called a gun cabinet.
Yeah, you own a shit ton of guns.
I don't own a shit ton.
15 is not a shit ton.
No, I don't.
No, that's a shit ton.
No. That's a minor selection of firearms.
That is
Yeah.
not a minor selection. Oh my god.
Platty, come on. The hell. Your wife.
You need at least 20 weapons to even begin to call it a small arsenal.
Okay.
Those are doors. If you zoom in, you can see the knobs. Doors.
Oh yeah. On the cabinet thing.
Oh
that we
yeah,
can-
they're big old doors. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking like man door. It's like, then what the hell are the drawers at the bottom for? Those doors are only big enough for this homunculus to walk through. I get what you mean though. They open like, yeah, I hear you.
So this is the round table.
Of blue vials.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in this room? Like there's nowhere to sit.
You don't fucking touch anything.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
yeah. Grandfather clock seems out of place.
Yeah. Yeah, also it's flat against the wall. That should really be turned, 45 degrees in a corner. Because it's a round room. So you want to break up the squareness.
And the Victorian street lamp is kind of weird.
Is that
Oh,
a
I didn't
fucking
even
bull
clue in.
spear?
Oh, it's saying, yeah, this is an Airbnb, isn't it? Maybe. But I don't know.
Oh, it would have to be, wouldn't it? With the theme.
Why would somebody build up a relatively small house because it's San Francisco? Like medieval, nightly themed.
Holly, why is there a house out there that's like the Barbie house and says please don't do coke in the bathroom? People are weird.
I can understand somebody wanting to go to a Arthurian themed house. I can totally see that. I can't understand anybody that would go to San Francisco to do it though.
Yeah. Yeah. Greek themed would make more sense.
I was just typing about the Jack the Ripper lamp, right? Yeah. Greek themed. Insane.
Yeah. Oh fuck, it's an
That
actual
has a
hammer.
massive chest.
It really fucking is.
You could fit 2 people in there.
At least 3 if they were,
Yeah, hacksword, yeah.
right. I was going to
Or
say
box
arranged properly, but yeah, hacksaw.
Look at that actual halberd that they've got there. That's kind of cool. I want one.
You like the little castle holder it's standing in?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know. It's like Merlin's table with all these blue vials of magical elixirs.
I'm telling you, it's the round table.
Well, we've got glass on top. And the trunk is a goblet. I'm
Oh,
making
yeah,
right,
it is,
Polly.
isn't
I think
it?
this is
Goblet
yeah,
of round.
It's the Grail. This is the Grail room.
Oh,
You know the
that's
whole
where
thing
the
about,
boss
like-
loot drops.
You know the what do you call it? The sort of the whole thing is like only he who is pure of heart could pick the Grail from a selection of lesser cups.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's probably what they're going for here.
Okay.
None of those look like the cup of a carpenter. Not one.
Well, exactly.
Those doors in like behind the table there, That just looks like a Photoshop replica. I don't think they are, but it just looks like somebody like just copied and pasted one door
Yeah.
right next to the other.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever
Oh.
seen two doors like side by side like that? It doesn't even make sense. Like usually doors open like from the middle that are that close to each other. Do they lead to separate places?
Yeah, it is odd.
Yeah, one's a cupboard where the actual Holy Grail is kept.
Hmm. And in there also is a very, very old knight.
We forgot about razors
Mhm.
in the 1,000 or so years since he was born.
Oh my god, look at... Is that the kitchen? To the right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, all
Kinda
the
looks that
hanging
way.
copper pots. Yeah. And a skylight, I think.
Oh, could
Huh.
be.
They're really into these ornate, tall-backed chairs, huh?
Hmm.
Got them crammed in every corner.
There's another 2 chests in this room.
Mhm.
More bus loot. Cool, cool.
And hanging velvet aplenty.
Yeah, no kidding.
That
No kidding.
baby.
$5 says it's not actual velvet.
No, I don't think it is either.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
They
It's like
swung by a
cheap
hobby
fucking,
shop
yeah.
and picked up a bolt of velveteen-ish.
Yeah. Acrylic velour.
Fake velvet.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god. What is that table?
An
Oh.
encumbrance.
Yeah. There is a particular name for tables like that, and they are always hexagonal. Fuck.
I mean, I'm not complaining, right? Like, it's a cool looking table. Just why is it in the kitchen?
That's the kind of table that you put your large, ornate globe on.
Hmm.
Yeah, like not kitchen table material.
Or your what's it called? It's not a planetarium. It's got a fancy name. Oh no, never mind. Move on.
The pots are just out, and pans are out there in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they're in no man's land.
Mm-hmm. And you're the butterflies on the wall. What's up with that? That's some.
Yeah, I got nothing there, man.
That's like some basic bitch college shit. What the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie. I have an appreciation for the blue tile, shit.
Yeah.
I have an appreciation for those. I quite like those. In a kitchen, I don't know. That's a bathroom thing to me.
Yeah, it is very
Alex,
bathroom-esque, isn't it?
It's a butcher block.
That table in the center?
There it was.
No.
Their version of a butcher block. He said.
Oh, possibly.
I mean, like it's just so sitting there in the fucking way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sense of what the fuck they were thinking. I mean,
Too small to actually have an island in the kitchen, so they have that little thing. So you got somewhere to put something that's not on your food prep surface, I guess.
Eh?
I mean, there's that chair. I'm like, is it up against the wall? And there's my answer. Yep. So you can't even pull a chair up to it. I'm aghast. Don't know what the fuck it's there for, other than to be in your fucking way.
Mhm.
And more jailer's keys.
It's not a table to be sat at any rate. Constantly be catching your knees on that underneath that Gothic arch.
Yeah, Valine's got a point. Very next earthquake, half the stuff in this house is going to fall down, especially all them plates.
Yeah.
So I take it that door is one of the cut and paste doors.
Looks like... Well,
Maybe.
they've got a bunch of them, right? So, could be.
Is that a cuckoo clock?
Holy shit, it is!
Huh.
With a stag
Talk about
head on it,
anachronism.
I think.
Right.
I mean, I got nothing
This
against
house is
cuckoo
just-
clocks, but...
I do, they're Swiss.
Of course you do.
Fucking Swiss. No, the handle's on the wrong side. Yeah, you're right. Good eye. It is. Ah,
3 of them.
what? Okay, my clue
And look at that
idea
phone.
is like, really coming into focus here, isn't it?
Look at that phone.
Okay, I like that phone. I mean, I would, but yeah.
There's
But
just
yeah,
too
so
much
what is
crap.
with these doors?
But this is, you know what the main problem is with these doors? These doors cannot be slammed. You slam one of these motherfucking
That's your problem?
doors. Yes.
I agree.
You slam one of these fucking doors, right, and you're going to cause about $3,000 worth of damage.
And someone's going to come kill you with one of them 2 tassels.
Right. Oh, do you think those are
It's in the kitchen with the tassel.
Do you think these, because this is leading off of the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that those tassels are the kind of sock around the door, around the doorknob kind of
Oh,
situation?
there's somebody in the boudoir disarming.
Mm-hmm.
God, man, I'm getting a headache just with my eyes dancing everywhere in all these pictures.
Okay, next then. Let's keep going then.
What are those little boxes down on the ground underneath the phone?
Phone replacement? Maybe?
Ash boxes for the fire?
I mean, they just look like they're specific, purpose specific, yeah. Huh.
Wow, it looks so out of place.
One of these things is not like the other.
I mean, I guess you have to have them somewhere, right? In a modern house, you have to have a microwave and a fridge, right?
Yeah, but you
It
put them
just
into
looks so
cabinets, don't
odd,
you?
though. It just looks so fucking odd. Is that just an urn in the middle there?
I think it's a wood attachment that's been dressed up to look like an urn.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think that's like their sad attempt at a banister top.
Is that so you can you're consistently reminded
Wait.
to yearn for the urn? Is that what's going on there?
It definitely is a banister top, because if you look at the picture down at the bottom right, it's clearly going down into a basement of some description, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wait, you see stairs going down?
Absolutely.
Well, it looks
that-
like it.
Yeah, that picture down at the bottom right is clearly at the same level as the wall that we see above behind the microwave.
So-
And it has a nail just sticking out on that. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, there is too. That's a great gangrenous causer right there.
Mm.
And everything in the house is like, okay, it's complicated and shit and orderly, but orderly. What's with the this half-ass banister? It's got paint splatters all over it, skin-catching nails sticking out. What the hell?
Yeah, that is odd.
And I mean, I guess we should probably mention the 1001
kegs?
triangular wall mounts.
So not the kegs on top of the fridge?
No. They're-
No, those are
Nothing wrong with
fine.
a hogshead
Those are
of beer.
fine. Mhm. You notice how one of the triangular mounts is broken?
Oh yeah,
It
the one right
is.
beside the microwave. Yeah, it is.
All right, next.
Oh.
I want one.
Oh, it took me a moment to realize what the fuck.
There's the,
What's attached to the wood there? I thought it was all shells. No,
Ah,
it's
never mind
doors.
that.
the little suit of armor, right?
A little square of paper for thine buttocks, my lord. I want one.
and that's the kind of monster hand I was going to grab her ankle with.
At any rate, you tried to do it.
Holy shit. Gamerfeline, thank you for the 350. So they can afford heraldry bath and beyond, but not custom appliances that would blend into the kitchen. Good point. Good point. Don't buy another one of them really high-backed carved chairs. Buy something to conceal your microwave a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really low toilet, like very low.
Yeah, it looks like a Sanaflow as well. You know, no cistern or anything.
Sanaflow?
A brand of the mulching toilet.
Hold on, a mulching toilet.
Yeah, it's got a tank in it.
Uh-huh.
Right? So it has a macerator. It passes the stuff into a container, shall we say, that mulches it down, and then you remove that container, and it seals as you take it out. Certain RVs have got them.
So okay, I get it. So that when you don't have plumbing, it's like a closed system.
Yeah.
Okay. I just assumed it was some kind of San Franciscan low flow toilet bullshit.
Could be. I don't know. We have plumbing here.
Whoa.
This is honestly,
Yeah.
this room is not the worst. At least I'm not struggling to figure out where I want my eyes to land.
Yeah.
But that bedspread has got to go.
Definitely. And then
Yeah, that is a shit bedspread.
I can appreciate some nice woodwork. All the wood that's behind the bed there and everything. That's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it wouldn't be my first choice, but do you like how they've adorned the master bedroom with crowns?
Yeah.
A little on the nose, but I get what you were trying to do there.
Those do look like the British crown, though, if I'm not very much mistaken.
A bell
Which
to
is
call the
odd.
servant. Good eye. See the bell in the chain. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's funny. And a tiny little halberd.
for when she steals the covers.
And you want to axe her. Okay, that'll do it.
Just
The
poke her with
last
the pointy end.
straw.
Don't you make me go to the wall. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Off in the medieval library. Stop calling it a library. They're just shelves you put up. Leave me alone.
There are a handful of books here that are threatening to fall off.
Yeah.
Buy a fucking bookend, for Christ's sakes.
Buy some shelving that you are willing to connect and put at the same level as the other shelves.
Also, the chair that's against the fucking rear wall there, sell that fucker. Sell the stupid IKEA piece of shit that's up front here. And get one of those really comfy, sort of, Edwardian era leather things. You know, the red leather ones that you get in a real parlor.
Mm-hmm.
One of them. They're comfy as hell, man. You can sleep in them for days.
It's an odd mixture of things. Like you see the little marble statuettes. Michelangelo's David.
Yeah.
Venus up and above it. That's Mercury or Hermes off to the left here. Well, they don't really fit here, do they?
Not really.
I thought that was the discus thrower up front, close to the IKEA chair, but I can't quite make it out. I think he stooped too low. No, probably not.
Oh, look at the old-timey phone. The one with
shit, didn't even see that.
Yeah. I do. It's like looking right at it, right? It's got the. I want one of those.
Yeah.
It's my vibe. These little fucking metal boxes or stone boxes, they're fucking everywhere. I wonder what they keep in them.
Nothing. They're just decorative.
Their sadness.
Tiny little
Their
urns.
hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
Tiny little urns with cat ashes.
What do you think of the?
Calm down, Caddington.
What do you think of the beam work and stuff?
I don't hate it.
I think it's
I
kind
don't
of.
hate it.
I think it's
either.
kind of interesting. It's like I get what you're doing. You wanted it to look beam and rafter
Well, that's probably part of the house.
Oh, you think
It
it's
was probably originally a part of the house.
You think so? I just assumed it was purely decorative.
Given the style of construction from the outside, it's kind of like old Mediterranean, like old Spanish. So maybe it's part of the house.
If it is like just exposed, it's really well done. If not, it's cool decorative, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They've got one of them. I don't know what to call them. Wall devices over the center of the desk. It tells you the barometric pressure and the temperature. You know, all the stuff that nobody cares about, but it's dials, so it's kind of cool. I know I want to know the barometric pressure. Tells me whether or not I'm going to get a pressure fucking headache. Okay, let's see.
Same room, different angle.
A smaller homunculus.
They're just getting smaller and smaller.
A homunculus, if you will.
Yeah, they really need some bookends. Those books are like leaning towards the center like a house of cards. And apparently their largest tomes are functioning as a table.
That fucking hurts.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't think those are real books.
Oh, you think like that's all like glued together? It's like
I think it's a stylized
ceramic.
table, yeah.
Kira Soldier, when was this house built? 1930. It said up front. Holy shit! Guns.
They got guns.
Is that a loom?
Fuck, it is. Wow. With an old school rocking chair and very small homunculi.
Those are the homunculi that fetch the hock if you lose it on the loom. I am so distressed by the fact that they've got that lovely old loom, and then a really fucking modern, the loop and light.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even notice that giant magnifying disc deal.
I guess it shows they actually use the fucking loom.
Like,
it's not just purely decorative.
I was about to say, that kind of undermines the whole Airbnb thing, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
And this is one of the few rooms where the windows are not covered in whatever the fuck.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait a minute.
Do you think they've...
Still no TV.
Interesting.
It's interesting window decorations. I got the full
flail.
Christian IHS and everything. Yeah, so that's a flail, not a morning star?
A morning star can actually refer to both. The important part is that the ball have studs or spikes upon it. Flails are a variety of mace whereby the bashing implement is connected to the handle by a chain.
Okay. I don't like your unicorn tapestry.
No, I can't say I'm stuck on it myself.
I find your collection of eggs of prominence to be interesting. I don't know what to call them.
Fabagay.
Yeah, okay, that works.
And look, atop the weird crock and bush of presumably more Fabagay eggs, they have a horn.
As they sit on top of books.
Oh, that's not even a shelf, is it? They are just books.
Yeah, those books aren't being read.
No, that's assuming that they have pages and words.
They probably do. They're probably they look like they're the older style covers, so they're probably stuff they've picked up from
charity
fucking
shop, partial collections,
charity
of
shops,
Reader's Digest.
yeah, secondhand books, stuff like that. Like those are, I know book covers. Those are like older book covers by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Valine
Nothing
said,
modern.
Valine says, those weapons cross 5 fucking centuries. What the fuck, right?
God, they can't even stay consistent to their theme.
Tragic.
This thing just, this little needle point of your child or whatever, it's just so, it really bugs me where it is. It's like right the fuck out of place. This wall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why put it right there?
This wall has like, okay, it's gonna sound really gay, but hey, it's San Francisco. There's like no symmetry at all to anything going on this side of the room. I don't understand what you. It's also haphazard.
There's so much free real estate on this fucking wall, but that's what you choose. That's smart.
Yeah. Almost touching the fucking. Oh.
Oh. What?
Are there
The
giant
fuck?
clay containers in your tub? What am I looking at?
Are those
Is it just
pissoirs?
reflection? Oh, no, those are those vases?
Yeah. They look like big faux stone containers.
What
I
the
think.
fuck?
There is a type of, like I say, I mean, I would simply call it a pissoir. I wouldn't know what to call it in English, but it's a large clay round pot, much like that one can fit a broad cork into. That, yeah, it serves as a toilet, basically.
Why would you do that to your tub?
I don't know.
Because you have a shower, I guess? I don't.
I suppose.
Yeah, but, yeah. Okay. What the fuck?
I mean, Weebo would love this. It's a canopy tub.
It is, isn't it? And it's not the weird carpeted variety.
Right, yeah.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I like that sink.
Really?
I
don't
don't.
like-
That
I don't like the
I
faucets
don't
and
like
such on it.
anything about it.
Yeah, the golden swan faucet is a little much.
It's too much, yeah. The sink itself,
No.
I don't know, maybe I could work with it. Like I'm thinking like a Victorian train station. You know, the toilets that you would find there. Have a row of like 5 of those sinks or something.
Those are
I
the
don't know.
ewers that you fill up in the shower. Fill up the tub.
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's gonna be like fucking 80 kilos of fucking water in each one of those if the size holds up.
Like the idea being that there's no direct water that can be run into the tub.
Possibly.
I would. Okay, it might be a little bit modern, but I'd just run a hose off the fucking swan face there. Oh.
So this is the garage, aka the
Normal
car
sink.
hole.
It seems extremely spacious.
It does. What's with the slabs?
What is
Really
with the
shitty
slabs?
concrete work. They look like it looks like somebody who doesn't know how to concrete properly has concreted them in.
These look like they're ramps, but
It does.
really
Yeah.
But-
shittily done.
But ramps that only go 3 inches high? What's the point?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, well, that's what I mean by shittily done. Like, but they have a ramp-like quality to them.
Have they got like a really low slung sports car that they can't get a fucking bottle jack underneath when they need to change the wheels?
I don't know.
Then welcome to
This
San
house
Francisco
frightens
with
me.
their 4 different garbage cans. This is for garbage that's partially compostable that you're throwing out on a Tuesday when the bells are ringing. I love how they've
Oh,
taken the milk
Danny
crates and like
boy.
bolted them to beams. Oh, look, we got little shelving units. Very dorm room of you.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the garden. Or what's
It's
left of it.
trying. It's trying to be a garden.
It's failing miserably.
Yes.
Give me a halberd and let me cut my way through that shit.
Right. Oh, here's the actual house.
Yeah.
Actually from the front.
Okay, that's an interesting tree. What the fuck is up with that tree?
His name Joshua.
What is it with you in
God
that?
damn it, Sam.
What- I just-
Oh, all Joshua trees, Polly.
I'm aware. Yes,
I was delighted by the prospect of someone going around and naming all of the trees Joshua. Okay.
Sam, out of curiosity, have you ever heard of Melbourne and what they did with their trees? I don't know if they still did this, but I know they did this at one point.
They called them all Tomo, didn't they?
No, they gave them all individual names and like had like QR codes for them and shit, or
That's
something
retarded.
along
Who
those
would do that?
lines. The city of Melbourne, Victoria.
Can you believe this, Polly? People are going around naming trees individually.
creating Facebook
Yeah, what, you
pages
just named
for them,
them Joshua?
printing T-shirts and
Yeah.
merch.
What a stupid idea.
Okay, well, at least I understand the point of the drawing, which I now realize is a giant group of lies, because
Right?
this very San Franciscan angle here is not displayed in that drawing at all. I'm wondering if those slabs are because the ground is twisting and turning underneath. I don't know. I'm trying, but and if a disabled person
Yeah, I
does
don't
live
know.
here, well, those front steps must be a bitch.
Yeah, no
Fucking
kidding.
right. Like, how do they even get into the house?
Well, I mean, given the theme of the house, catapult.
Hmm.
Just gotta pull out the catapult from the garage.
It looks like the outside of the house is, like, again, probably very restricted by San Francisco fuckery. I mean, look at them roof tiles. Doesn't really. They're obviously upkept, and it doesn't match anything
That's
inside of the house. They're just required to, because fuck it, they were there when some assholes in local government passed a law. You can't change anything.
It's like, let's make Roman tiles but out of brown clay rather than terracotta. Like, what?
One of my friends used to live on a really hardcore incline like this, and I never had to
always do wonder.
do the thing of turning into the curb. So if your car starts to roll, it'll just stop. Yeah, that's severe.
I always do wonder about people living on inclines like this, right? Like, how do you manage that? Is your whole house just always like precariously on an angle? How do you pull in?
It's an
How do you
uphill
walk
battle
outside
far,
your
but-
house?
It's an uphill battle far, but people manage it somehow.
I also like Valine's comment. Bring the access trebuchet.
There's a hole in the roof. They just kind of like launch and drop in on themselves.
They're experts in ballistics. I made myself laugh.
Thank you, Clay Sherbert of 2024.
Yeah, you don't even show off the weird.
Oh,
tree.
that was this year? There's no excuse for this.
Yeah, where's a weird tree? Come on.
Right.
I know, like that weird tree is one of the best things about it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. There's none of the depth to this that there really is to the house. Like those tile roofs go back, but not here. They don't.
Right.
Hitler wouldn't approve.
No, he was a three-dimensional artist.
999 Portola. Okay, let's find out what the fuck's going on with this place.
Yeah, all right.
For $1.2 million. Good God. I think about that. We
Not-
walk through this
not my
place,
money.
1.2, huh? You taking all that medieval crap with you?
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Kimberly, thank you for the 350. Remember how I excuse me. Remember how I complained about the brown of Arizona? Yeah, this house would blend perfectly into Scottsdale or Gilbert. Yeah. I
That's
really
kinda
don't think
the
they got a
idea.
choice. They just got to do.
Yeah.
They just got to maintain it. Oh, this should be great.
Okay, so it is Spanish.
Yeah,
Okay.
the outside of it with the tile and the way the underhang here, yeah, it looks very Spaniardy, villagey. Certainly doesn't look medieval England though.
No. Or France.
Hmm.
You do get some houses like that here, but that's like right down Spanish border, southeast
Yeah,
coast.
so it might as well be Spanish at
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah. Well, it's broadly speaking Mediterranean at that point.
Your home is your own castle in this gracious Spanish Mediterranean house with a fantastic curb appeal. As you enter the home, at the top of the steps, you arrive in the formal entryway with the living room on your left and dining room to your right. There's a gas fireplace in the living room. Adjacent to the formal dining room is the kitchen with a breakfast nook and pantry on either side. The hallway connects to the 3 bedrooms and a full bathroom in the rear of the home. Off the pantry is an added powder room where we do our cocaine, and there are stairs providing interior access to the garage, workshop, laundry, and storage rooms below. At the rear of the property is a terraced hillside yard for you to enjoy. Yes, it was quite overgrown and lovely. This house has a great floor plan for entertaining and has been well cared for by the same owner for half a fucking century. It is decorated with this extensive collection of medieval artwork and pieces and is close to the Milleroma Park Shopping Plaza and a short distance to the West Portal. This is a must-see for any antiquarian. Much like the man who lives here.
Yeah.
An antique himself. So I guess all that crap is coming with this fucking hole.
Oh, man.
Right. What I always fucking wanted.
That is such a Californian thing to do. Right. West of Twin Peaks.
I didn't even
know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, where do you live? Oh, darling, I live in Twin Peaks. And then you got the uppity sort of like middle class trying to be upper middle class, trying to decide on a name for their new area. Oh, we're west of Twin Peaks. We're basically the same thing, darling. It's like, shut up. Shut up.
Oatsan found an article. It says that it was owned by a retired priest and painter named Reverend Guillermo Rodriguez.
Okay, but that's obviously not his full name.
Not if he's actually Spanish. So it's been a rough market for you, huh? Fuck. Got all the way up to 1.9 million. Zestimate.
Mm.
And then radically just woo.
No, but we know why, don't we?
Why?
Coming up to election time, isn't it?
Ah. Look at the fucking taxes.
I don't want to. It's California.
Good Lord. Neighborhood.
I was waiting. Yeah.
Oh, they're
there
okay.
We go.
All right.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Look at those home values. Oh, I want to.
Oh my
I can
god.
throw up.
God, the shoe boxes built on a fucking tic-tac-toe grid. Oh God.
Can you believe
Never
the
mind.
Smiths next door that their house is only worth 1.2 million? Ours is worth 2.3 million. They're shoe boxes, like you said. Fuck. What a great rectangular sign of what housing inflation in a static economic environment looks like.
I kid you not. There are some places that I have lived which have been a bit pokey. There absolutely are. You know, young, not got much money. You know, coming back over here before I kind of built myself back up. Yeah, the hard times, pokey places. I would rather live in any single one of them than this neighborhood. I really would.
He died in his sleep. At the age of 93, it's currently owned, this home, by a 12-person trust.
He was born in Cuba and had a beret, a cloak, a walking stick, and drove a little black Mazda Miata convertible. Low slung convertible. Mainly because he wanted something that was easy to get in and out of the garage.
Huh.
Okay.
This is what journalism looks like, by the way.
Uh-huh. Straightforward
Well done,
information that was obtained, from a reasonable source. Yeah. But what I'm looking for is, where's the denouncement? Where's the moralizing? Come on, Outsan. Who are your enemies? Why haven't you told us someone off?
Mm-hmm. How dare this priest live in a $1.3 million home while there are, poor people out there?
Yeah. Let's just conveniently ignore the fact that he's lived there for over 50 years, and when he bought the place, it was fucking going for a song.
50 grand.
Yeah.
Well, no, if he's owned it for 50 years, so that dials it back to 1970s. So, yeah, 50 grand's probably about right.
Oh, man. Oh, excuse me. All right. That was fucking something. What a twist, man. Oh. See?
What a
Look,
twist indeed.
look at the decorating around here. Nice little mirrored sign. Polly's Noir Bar. And of course, Lutz's Washington crossing the Delaware. Minimalism.
Which is in fact real.
Is what?
Which is in fact real.
It is. I've touched it. I know.
Mm-hmm.
The painting has ridges. You don't think I'm going to touch paintings before I purchase them? Of course I am.
Naturally.
It's part of the
Can't trust an art
authentication
dealer's
process.
word. Right?
Boom. Oh, man. I've been coughing like crazy. I need it. Not sure why my throat started this scratch out of nowhere, but it's driving me nuts.
I hear. It's heating up here.
Oh, my.
Yeah, time to end.
Yeah, it is. And that does bring us to the end of Last Call here at Noir Bar, live from the Shays District of Noir City. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter, despite our late start. It's been a terrible week, but a kind of wacky fun one at the same time. Typified by that fucking house, man.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company. It was fun, guys.
It was, yeah. All right, back at you, man.
And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous bar patrons that showed up and tip the bartender, that's me, and my two good friends here, because that's how we keep the lights on, the candles burning, and the cops paid off.
Greatly appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is very appreciated.
Absolutely. You guys are awesome tonight. Yeah, so as we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. So, thank you once again for coming out, and we'll see you again next time, everybody. Have a good night.
Later.
Good night.